as we are going to begin in next few moments. Once again, a kind request for all those who can listen to me who are outside, please come in and settle down as we are going to begin in next few minutes. Echo, sharpness बढ़ा दीजिए. Check, check 1, check 2, hello, hello, check. Mic testing, 1, 2, 3, hello, hello, check. थोड़ा सा sharp, check, check 1, check 2, hello. Very warm welcome. Good morning to all those who are here, and a very warm welcome to Inkspell Mark Tech Fest 2022. I would request all of you to please welcome yourselves and one and all present in this room with a huge round of applause. Can we please have a huge round of applause, guys? Come on. इतनी कम तालियां यार. I know अभी सारे लोग आए नहीं हैं, लेकिन जितने आए हैं कॉफ़ी पिलाई ना, सैंडविचेस खाए ना, तो थोड़ी तो एनर्जी के साथ बजा दो यार. Come on. थोड़ा बेटर है. I think this is just a sign कि बॉस भूख अभी भी है, लंच मिस नहीं करने वाले हैं हम, तो ठीक है. बट ऑल राइट, सो इट्स ग्रेट टू सी यू ऑल अंडर वन रूफ, एंड आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग अ लॉट मैनी पीपल हियर ड्यू टू सर्टन सर्कमस्टांसेस. अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर रनिंग लेट एज वेल, बट हम नहीं लेट होना चाहते हैं बिकॉज वी आर हियर फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू. So we would like to begin with this beautiful day, and of course we would make sure to begin with a bang. We'll have lots and lots of surprises for all you guys. Aaj masti bhi hogi, dhamal bhi hoga, and of course all those beautiful people who are well deserved for all these awards that are going to happen today. So in advance, best of luck. In advance, congratulations. This is me, Mini Devan, your host for the day, and I'll make sure that you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day ahead. So without further ado, let's begin, and let me introduce you to what exactly the theme of the day is and what we are going to do today. So, of course, it's Inkspell Mark Tech Fest 2022. So it has to be bigger, it has to be better. This is another season, and of course, we have come back with a bang. And today, Inkspell Mark Tech Fest, we are bringing the pioneers of technology from all over the world, and along with that, of course, the pioneers of marketing together under one roof, that is here in a Ross Hotel. We aim to reward the innovative work done in this domain and discuss the creative solutions to the challenges of the industry at large. Well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the 6th annual edition of Masters of Modern Marketing, commonly known as mCube Awards and Conference, and this time this is happening in 2022. Of course, the last 2 years we have gone through a lot together due to COVID, and there has been lots and lots of tussle, but we are here to ensure that once again we are back with mCube 2022. Well, I hope you have heard this quote. If not, let me quote Jason Reynolds, #1 New York Times best-selling author, as he says, "Be not afraid of discomfort. If you can't pull yourself in a situation where you are uncomfortable, then you will never grow. You will never change. You will never learn. Well, modern marketers face all kinds of challenges as they pave their way through the ever-changing marketing landscape, constantly shuffling through in the race of this digital transformation that we are in. Optimizing ROI-driven strategies, decoding dynamic consumer behavior patterns, and of course, implementing customer retention strategies leave a lot on the plate for them, and I'm sure you guys will agree because you guys go through it, with every passing day. Having said that, turbocharged with a never-dying inspiration to create winning brand stories, we also witness a few of those marketing champions who prove their mettle by leaps and bounds. To celebrate such marketing wizards, Inkspell Media, in proud collaboration with Global Trends Forum and India Creative Industries Council, is conducting the 6th celebrated chapter of the Masters of Modern Marketing Awards 2022. Well, you all are here today to be the spectators of marketing professionals and enterprises which created impactful marketing campaigns over and over again with a significant quantum of success. Well, along with mCube, Inkspell proudly presents the 4th annual edition of Intech Innovation and Technology Awards, where we recognize the importance of innovation and technology in the overall upliftment and upgradation of the ecosystem that we live in and of course that we coexist in. So Intech 2022 is a pioneer platform designed and developed to acknowledge and applaud the exemplary and innovative work done by all you professionals and enterprises across various fields and sectors. Well, not just that, guys. Today there's, a bumper offer as well, as today here in Inkspell Intech Awards, we would also like to tell you that there is a 5,000 rupee Amazon voucher up for grabs. Yes, 5,000 rupees Amazon voucher. All you need to do, guys, is just, I'm sure we all use social media, right? I do, I'm guessing so do you. Just a raise of hands to show that you guys are active on social media. Yes or no? Yes, yes, yes. Brilliant, lovely, exactly. We live in the digital age, and of course we all use Instagram, we all use Facebook. So all you need to do is, while you are sitting here, just whatever picture you are putting, whatever, just click a grab, and all you need to do is put it out on your social media and use the hashtag create2impact. Hashtag number 1 is create2impact. Hashtag number 2 is InkspellMarTech. So these are the 2 hashtags that you have to use, and just upload your pictures, and of course, the person that comes up with the most likes and comments will be the winner of this Amazon voucher of rupees 5,000, and of course, we'll announce the winners by the end of the day. So all the best for that. Please, please, please don't resist. Do upload your pictures and do use these 2 hashtags. I'll repeat the hashtag once again for all of you. Hashtag create2impact. Second hashtag is InkspellMarTech. All right. So, well, that's all for now. I think without further ado, with your due permission, agar aap log bole to शुरुआत कर दी जाए with the first session of the day, guys. Yes? ऐसे थोड़ी यार, I know, मतलब ठीक है, lunch time में अभी थोड़ी सी देर बची हुई है, but yes or no? नहीं, ऐसे नहीं यार, come on. Yes or no? यार दिल्ली में बैठे हो, I have heard दिल्ली वालास have a lot of energy in them यार, come on. Yes or no? ठीक है, अभी थोड़ी बात बन रही है. This is what I like. So चलिए, let's begin with Inkspell MarTech Fest 2022, and for the first session of day, we have a very, very special address by a very, very special person. But before I introduce her, let me introduce you guys with the topic of the day, that is content marketing. content marketing, making it work for your business growth. I think this is something that we all, are intrigued about and interested about, because this is something that we have to use perhaps in our day-to-day lives now with the digital age that we are in. So she'll be talking about how to write a great content piece that intrigue your customer base, how to make blogs that work for you, and how to work with publishers to ensure, your marketing success. So now, without any further ado, let me introduce you to the first speaker of the day, Juhi Garg from ED Times, a youth news media startup which is now Google News funded, rated as the top 10 youth blogs worldwide for the third year in a row, and focused on creating responsible news content whilst trying to change the reading habits of young India, clocking around 1 million views every month. She has worked for HBO and Cartoon Network India as well, and she has also been India partner for one of the top 3 global consulting firms, 2 law firms as well. So none other than co-founder of ED Times, Juhi Garg. Can we please welcome her with a huge round of applause. Welcome, Juhi. Pleasure to have you here. Well, I hope that you are having a great day and looking forward to it. And of course, over to you now. Whatever you're comfortable with. If you want the mic, you can be in the center as well.
I think this should be good.
Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Juhi Garg. I represent ED Times, which is a youth-focused news startup, and we attempt to do cerebral and engaging content for millennials and Gen Z. Thank you so much, Inkspell, for having me today, for taking 10-15 minutes of your time to kickstart the event. So I think the topic is about how content can work for us as marketers. I will rather just like to give an example, and maybe that as a case study should help us understand what these 3 points are all about. So ED Times has worked with around 7 to 8 movies till now, and 3 of them have been with Dharma Productions as their official blog partner. The latest is Jug Jug Jio. So let me take that example to start off with. What we offer to them as a publisher is 10 conversation starters. And when I say conversation starters, they're not really articles. Was it Kesari or Razi? We told them that, why don't you focus at our audience? So if you're trying to get content from us, instead of just doing a trailer drop, a teaser drop, a song release, who wore what, that can also be done, but that's something that's an article that's very short-lived, that's going to come and go. The shelf life of those articles is very short. So why don't we do conversation starters for you? We tried that out with Kesari. We did an article on who Havaldar Ishar Singh was. That was the main character of Akshay Kumar. And surprisingly, it was a little slow to pick up before the release of the movie, but after release of the movie, that article went viral on our website for at least 2 months post-release. And it garnered crazy views after the release because people had interest in understanding about history. We wrote about the Afghan-India war, why Afghanistan is never captured and things like that. So what we wanted to give them was cerebral content, which is a conversation starter, which you can discuss about in drawing rooms, and it just does not end with a song coming today, tomorrow it ending, another movie coming, and that's it. You forget it. So I feel that the same like we did for Razi, that was also very well picked, where articles had a way longer shelf life and could become talking points between groups of people. And that is how there was more retention of your product also, which was a movie that time, and even the kind of content we did. So we felt that that had way more inroads. Today with Jug Jug Jio, I understand it's more like a full-on entertainer. Razi and Kesari had very heavy content. They had really good content that we could build upon. We could create cerebral content around it. But in Jug Jug Jio, they wanted more of fun content, like again, a fan activity in Agra or Surat, or what was the latest song, or who wore what, which is fine, which is again, maybe a Pink Villa would do it. But if, let's say, Jug Jug Jio would have asked us to do an article on why divorces are totally normal for millennials and Gen Z today, which is sort of the theme for the movie, we feel they would have captured our audience better. So my only, take from the kind of movies I've done and the kind of content marketing proposals we pitch to them, the kind of content buckets we make, is that if products or brands work with publishers to understand what is their audience, what kind of content works with their audience, and then creating that instead of a boilerplate. ED Times, Pink Villa, Miss Malini, everybody, if they have the same boilerplate, the reader at the end of the day is going to feel satiated. How much of a song release can one person see, right? It's going to be all over the media, the same articles are coming, ye wala song aaya, rangi saadi aayi, rangi saadi aayi, rangi. I think you sort of get so bored with that, there is no incentive to click on the link. Therefore, if brands today, or you ask the brands to work with you in a way that they capture your native audience, they understand what works for your audience, and you're able to create content with a way longer shelf life. Make it a conversation starter for drawing rooms. I personally feel that that has worked way better for brands and movies in whatever we have done for them so far. Again, making every content piece a food for thought. And in terms of how blogs can really work for you, I think the points would be, again, in our experience, we're really small in front of a lot of big publishers, but what we have seen is that the title really matters. So again, when you're working with publishers, when you're working with content writers, make sure that when your content bucket is ready, obviously you're catering to the native audience of that particular publisher, but what is the title that you're using? I think the first step, the foot in the door, is your title. The second would be the content angle. Are you giving them enough incentive to click on the link? Otherwise, you're going to say, oh, we have done content, it's not getting us views, it's not getting us engagement, we are going wrong somewhere. So, and this is very different from a video. Again, a video is very short-lived, but a content piece is going to stay on the internet forever. So tomorrow also, when you're going to Google, and let's say you're going to, again, Google about Kesari, and you pick up this article from ED Times, which is talking about the character, look at the return you've got on your investment when you're doing content. Nobody is going to see a video on Kesari today because people are bored of it. But a person might still read about the history of India or would want to know about different characters of India. So like I said, title, the story angle being very different, being very intriguing, being very relatable for the audience of that publisher. The timeliness of that article. Again, any content piece today done, I'm sure you all are marketers who are doing way better job than me. But when it comes to the timeliness, it's all about being ahead of the curve. And if you have killed the news cycle, there is no piece doing that article. And I think the fourth most important point of how you can make blogs work for you or make content work for you is your feature image. Everything. So title, feature image, these might just seem like packaging to you, but the content actually comes later. The first is your feature image, your title, your story angle. And are you able to place your content piece in front of people whilst the interest is getting built? Once the interest is built, obviously the bigger media, the bigger players are going to take away the cake. Now for that, you need to have budgets to be able to get an India Today or to get the big publishers. But if you're not having those kind of budgets, if you're working with medium scale, if you're working with small scale, you need to be sure that you're giving them that kind of a, that kind of a timely head start so that they're able to stay ahead of the curve. I think that, according to me, would be some takeaways that I have learned from the kind of movies I've done or with the kind of partnerships I've done. If there are any questions I would like to take, because I think I just had limited time. I don't want to go on and on about giving gyan. You're here for some awards and you should be enjoying that. But if there are any questions regarding content marketing or how to work with publishers, how blogs really work, what kind of engagement we get on blogs, more than happy to take that. Okay, so I'd like to wrap up my address. Thank you so much, Inkspell, for having me. And all the best, guys, for the awards and whatever's ahead for you. Thank you so much.
Guys, any questions for her? Ma'am, if you could address. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Well, once again, a huge round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. Now we'll soon move on to the first category of awards, but before that, I would really like to thank all our esteemed partners: India Today, Casio, Pink Villa, Sai Meher Media, ED Times, Khushi Advertising, College Dunia, Mom's Presso, and of course our webcast partner 24 Frames Digital for their constant support. So it gives me immense pleasure to tell you guys that this entire fest is also being webcasted on 24 Frames Digital and of course Inkspell's social media pages. So thank you for that. Well, now let's move on to another special part of the day. It's now time to call someone who's part and parcel of this entire fest and someone who will address us with the keynote of this day. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Rahul Kaushal, Head Commerce and Marketing, Casio. Rahul Kaushal is currently working as an e-commerce head for Casio India. An ex-consultant, he has now been associated with e-commerce for close to a decade and is very enthusiastic in helping build businesses in the online spaces as well. Well, in the past, he has been associated with Monitor Consulting, Honeywell, Snapdeal, Nokia. He's an engineer, Delhi College of Engineering, and an MBA, MDI Gurgaon, by education as well. Well, an avid reader, he reads regularly on e-commerce, product design, AI, human psychology, and history. And of course, in his spare time, he loves to travel and explore as well. Well, he couldn't join us in person today, so he's here virtually with all of us. I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Rahul Kaushal. Welcome, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Inkspell Media, for giving me this opportunity. And my apologies for not being able to attend this in person due to some family emergency. I cannot travel outside my house. And also congratulations to the winners today. I will be sharing my screen now. So do let me know once you can see this. Is it good now?
Yes, good to go.
Yes.
We can see, sir.
So the topic for today is your brand marketing truly inclusive? Am I good to go? Okay. Yes. So yes, let's take a minute and think about this. When we do our brand marketing, and you obviously, you also do it for your own brand. Do we really care about the inclusiveness of the target segment? Do we really include all the different sub segments that are available within our target segment? That is basically how I'm approaching this topic. And as we move through the PPT, you will understand, where I'm coming from. So basically, the brand marketing, it develops and grows relationship between the brand and its customers, right? That is the basic job of a brand marketer. However, marketing also has a very clear intent to define its core customer. Now, if we look at how a core customer is defined, mostly it's about creating a customer persona. Just a typical example: male, uses social media, has age bracket of 20 to 35 years, graduate, weekend traveler, listens to English music, watches cricket, and shops online. So this is a typical persona of your target segment. Now, when you define the core segment, what we end up doing next is basically we reach out to our agencies, right? And we share with them a brief that this is basically a customer persona. And now, we are looking at interacting with this customer over internet, in OH, outside, in offline. So, let's create, our media briefs, and then you come to the stories, posts, reels, influencers, PR. These are all the deliverables that we get. Now, as we move from the ideation to implementation stage, the creatives that are created right across these, mostly you will see we end up picking up same kind of look and feel of a person, right? We try to create that homogeneity. But if we really look at how our target segment is, there is still a lot of diversity that we forget that exists. And that is what the inclusiveness would mean. We need to reach out to our target segment and we have to speak to them, because as a brand marketer, as we have shared earlier, we have to develop relationship with them. And unless we are representing them there, we cannot develop any relationship. So what do we miss normally? Like we have taken an example, 25 to 40 years, right? But we forget that a person who's at 25 is not exactly a person who is 40. Do we really want to dig deeper and understand which are the sub-segments within this age group? Because a person starting is at 20-25, maybe is in his college. A person at 30-35 would be in his first or second job, right? A very different way of life, very different responsibilities, very different pockets, also very different cultural settings. So I'll come to that later, but we have to really think that would we, if we start showing just one kind of a person in certain age group, would we disconnect with our younger audience? And if we start showing somebody at 20, would we disconnect completely from somebody who is at 30-35? Now that is the question that we have to answer ourselves when we are creating this. We miss out on religion mostly. We try to be religion agnostic. It is okay in a way, but at the same time, there are settings where this becomes very important, because you will have to represent these guys when the percentages from different religion is at a good threshold level. For example, if there is a good Muslim population at a certain area and you are marketing there, why would you not represent somebody who's from that background? Because at the end of it, everybody wants to feel being want to get personalized messaging from the brand, and that's how you make it very, very personal to them. That's how you deepen the relationship with them. And it's not like, and I also left dotted line here because see, everything, you can always increase this list. This is just a sample set that I got together. Then when it comes to language, right? In language also, we tend to end up sharing everything in English. Now it is said, at least from the e-commerce perspective, the next billion customers are going to come from the tier 3-4 cities and villages. Everybody is talking about adding more and more languages to their platforms, to their apps. But are we really using it in terms of our communication? So, and in offline, I do understand that we do it mostly, but in online, when we are doing geo targeting, are we really changing the script? So you may be doing it, but this just to keep at the back of your mind, are we really using English with Hindi, Bengali, Marathi, Telugu? These are just the key languages that we have in India. And as more and more customers are coming on mobile, it is said that more than half the around 700 to 800 million internet users are there now. And WhatsApp would be around 98% of the customers use WhatsApp. WhatsApp marketing is going to be big, right? They are going to include a lot of languages in their app. And would we still go on and still bombarding all our marketing campaigns with English? Do we move on to include other languages as well? So this is something that we can think of. Cultural settings. Now, festivals, as a marketer, it's also one of the opportunities with us. Then, how do we use these big holidays in each culture to connect to our end customer, right? So we really need to understand which festivals our customer are are celebrating. So just the key ones are okay at a national level, but when you're doing geo targeting, which is very important in current current scenario, wherein most of the budgets are being utilized digitally. When you're doing geo targeting and you're being very specific to certain areas, Don't you think we should dig deeper and understand that at a regional level, this is the this is the festival that is celebrated, instead of just taking the key festivals. At the same time, social events. Now, when it comes to social events, as we have discussed, a person from 25 to 45 will have very different settings and extremes, right? Somebody at 25 normally would be in a social setting where he is sitting with his friends, group of friends in park or in a in college at canteen, right? Versus somebody who's at his 35 or 40, 30 35 would be in a office scenario, maybe at a restaurant which is a little up class restaurant. So when you're showing your images, when you're doing creating creatives, you're creating reels on for Instagram, I think these are the things that we sometimes miss, and we should think of them as well. That are we representing those social scenarios, social events also equally for the kind of target segment diversity that we have within our core group? Then life stages. So at 25 a very different life stage, 35 a very different life stage, by 35 mostly you will have kids, so that setting can also be included. But at 25, as we were just discussing, somebody who's just starting off his first job, or at 20 is in college, would have a very different life stage also. So these are the things that we should not forget when we are trying to create our marketing assets, which will run in offline, in online, social media, and trying to connect with our customers. So these we have to keep in the back of our mind. Coming to region, now here also, and this is specifically for in digital media, when we represent our end customer, through our marketing assets, we forget that India, and I've taken example of India because mostly for everyone here, the geography relevant would be India, but it could be different, so you can just use the idea here. North Indian, how a Northeastern looks, how a West is India, a person in West India looks, and the South Indian. We are very diverse people, but we end up showing just one kind of a person. Sometimes use a Westerner as in our KVs, and we just replicate it across, right? I think if you want to be truly inclusive, it is very important to understand that person look and feel is very important when we are trying to have a conversation with them. So just having one kind of a media, or just having one representation in on our marketing assets would not be a right way to be an inclusive brand. If you are going pan India, if you're going region specific, then it is okay, because you have to create that connect with the person. So these were few examples that were there, and and there could be more examples, but yes, what could be the way out? Now, it's very important that once we create a core segment, which is very important, because you have to create core segment as a marketer before you start investing your money into doing marketing. It's very important to do in-depth analysis of the core base across all the parameters that we have discussed, and more parameters maybe you can add here. And it is very important that we understand what percentage of the customers cut across these parameters. So you might not want to invest too much into something which is very little for you, but definitely look at something which will make relevance to you in terms of reaching out to that subsegment of the customer within your core group and target them. And then have a very thoughtful visual representation, right, of the audience. So it is not just that we have to do the analysis, but when we are developing the creatives, it is very important that we take that in mind. Then having a diversified team members in marketing / your team or in the agency. So when you have this at the back of the mind, if you have somebody who represents that subsegment that you want to target, and which you thought after your analysis has come out, if you can bring in that person within the marketing agency or within your team, that would really give you an insight of what is the day like in that person's life. Because in brand marketing, you also kind of can look into creating stories for the person, right? That's how you create connect. So when you do stories, it's very important to understand what is the social setting for the person, what is the cultural setting for that particular sub-segment. So if you have a diversified team within the within your marketing team, or also in your PR agency, that would be a really helpful way to make sure that you don't miss out on this. Now, what is the impact? So yes, the second part of it was the impact of being a diverse or inclusive brand for on the society. Now, one thing is that as marketers, we spend a lot of money in the society, and in a way, we also shape how society thinks of our brand. But also, when we represent our audience, our target segment, then in a way we also kind of shape the way society thinks of that particular sub-segment, right? So if you keep ignoring a certain sub-segment of within your core group, then the society would also not understand the importance. While everybody is important, but since we are putting in money and media is being captured through money, it is very important that as a marketer we are responsible, and we are reaching out to all the sub-segments, and hence eventually all sections of society gets due representation when you look at the larger picture, when all the marketers come together and do this. Brand connect deepens, because as we have discussed, it is really impossible to have a deep connect with the audience unless you really have their representation visually, through audio, through video, right? Unless we don't have that with us, it is very difficult to develop that connect. More sales for you, of course, that is one impact from a commercial perspective, very important. All the money that we are spending in marketing, eventually one of the key KPI is to make sure that brand sells. That's where you generate the money also. And yes, opens up future possibilities of introducing products at a sub-segment level. So when you have really understood your audience, and you've understood that what are the within your target segment, what are the sub-segments, tomorrow you might come out with a product which clearly speaks only to that particular sub-segment. And since you already have that deep connect with that sub-segment within your core segment, you are able to come out with that additional line extension or a new product line, and target that audience very easily. And even the the cost of converting that customer into a sale would not be really high. Yes, so ultimately we as a marketer, we all need to win the battle of perception, right? It's just about trying to create the top spot in customers' mind as an inclusive brand, and we should try to be the one that does it. So that's it from my end, guys, and open for questions if there are any.
Check. Hello. Any questions? Anyone? You want to? No? You want to, right? All right. All right then. This was great. It was a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much for joining us today and, giving us your valuable time. Thanks a lot. Can we please have a huge round of applause once again for Rahul Kaushal. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So now with this, let's move further ahead. And now it's time to felicitate our guest, and of course, very, very special Juhi Garg, ED Times, with a huge round of applause. Once again, I would request Juhi ji to please come on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, guys, please? And to felicitate her, I would like to call Chitra Surana, Head Marketing and Alliance, Inkspell Media. Can we have a huge round of applause for Chitra Surana as well? It's a great pleasure. Thank you so much for taking out your valuable time. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your valuable insights. Well, with this, let's move ahead. And before doing that, I would once again like to remind all of you that this entire fest is being webcasted by 24 Frames Digital, and it's up on Inkspell social media pages as well. Once again, to remind you that there's a 5,000 rupee Amazon voucher if you upload your pictures with the correct hashtags, that is hashtag create to impact and hashtag InTechMarkFest. So all those who are listening virtually as well, this is for you. जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं, please upload your pictures, take screen grabs from your screen virtually, and of course be a part of this contest. Now with this, it's time to acknowledge our beautiful jury, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the esteemed jury members on board who worked really hard for all the nominations and categories, and of course worked together in symmetry to bring this day out. So I would request all of you to please be with me and of course encourage and support all these jury members, and let's acknowledge them and thank them together. So we'll begin with the mCube Awards jury, and to begin with, I would really like to thank and acknowledge Abhinandan Gopal Sethi, Head of Sales and Marketing, BMW Motorrad, India. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Abhinandan Gopal Sethi? Next up, we would like to thank and of course acknowledge Abraham Uthup, Senior Vice President and Head Digital Division, Toons Animation, India. Once again, a huge round of applause for Abraham Uthup. Next up, we would like to thank and of course welcome Adil Sanvari, Head Digital Media and Transformation, HP, India. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Adil Sanvari? Thank you, Adil. Next up, we have Amit Sethia, Chief Marketing Officer, Siska Group. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Amit Sethia? Next up, we have Anil Kumar Singh, Head SEO and Organic Growth, HT Digital Streams. Thank you so much, Anil Kumar Singh ji. Thank you for your contribution. Next up, we have Ankit Gaur, Founder and CEO, EasyFI.network. Can we please, yes of course, have a huge round of applause for Ankit Gaur ji. Next up, we have Ankur Das Gupta, Business Head, Content Marketing Arm Worldwide. A huge round of applause for Ankur Das Gupta. Thank you, Ankur, for your valuable contribution. Next, I would like to thank and of course welcome Anshul Duggal, Founder and CEO, Flint.social. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Anshul Duggal and his valuable contribution. Next up, we have Anurag Purohit, Head Digital Marketing, Larsen & Toubro Infotech Limited. Thank you, Anurag Purohit. Can we please acknowledge and please clap and have a huge round of applause for Anurag ji. Next up, we have Archana Agarwal, Vice President Media, Airtel. A huge round of applause for Archana Agarwal. Next esteemed jury member on the list is Ayush Roy, AVP Product Marketing, Dream 11. Huge round of applause for Ayush and his valuable contribution. Next up, we have Balaji Vaidyanath, Marketing Director, Senior, Franklin Templeton. A huge round of applause for Balaji Vaidyanath and his valuable contribution. Thank you so much, Balaji. Next on the list of this esteemed jury panel, we have Binda Day, Chief Marketing Officer, KKR and Knight Riders Global Franchises. A huge round of applause for Binda Day for contributing towards mCube Awards. Next up, we have Gaurav Midha, Deputy Group Manager Marketing, Tanishq. Once again, thank you, Gaurav, for your valuable contribution, and please a huge round of applause for Gaurav Midha as well. Next up in the category, we have Hansween Kaur, Business Head, Momspresso. Once again, thank you so much, Hansween, for your valuable contribution, and thank you for being a jury member for mCube. Next, we have Isha Bawa, Marketing Head, Tairu. Please, a huge round of applause for Isha Bawa for her valuable contribution. Next, we have Kaushik Chakraborty, Senior VP Digital, Tata Capital. Thank you so much, Kaushik sir, for being a part of our jury of mCube. Please, guys, please, huge round of applause. Please encourage and support all these esteemed jury members. It's a request from the heart because this is one day that you're looking at, but of course there have been tons of other days that went into the preparation and selection of this entire process. So let's acknowledge all of these beautiful, beautiful jury members. Next up we have Manu Kumar ji, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communication, Hero Electric Vehicles Private Limited. Yes, thank you, Manu Kumar. Next up, we have Mukul Kumar Sharma, Chief Operating Officer, Pink Villa. Thank you, Mukul Kumar Sharma, Pink Villa. Thank you for being here. And of course, thank you for your valuable contribution as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause, please. Huge round of applause for the team members. Next up, we have Nandita Khare, Principal Consulting, Ream Brand Consulting. Can we have a huge round of applause for Nandita ji for being a part of this esteemed jury members? And of course, next up we have Nidhi S. Mittal, Head of Marketing, Geo Savan Brand Solutions. Huge round of applause for Nidhi ji for contributing and making mCube Awards what it is today. Next up, we have Piali Das Gupta, Senior Vice President Marketing, Columbia Pacific Management and Corporation. A huge round of applause for Piali for contributing towards mCube Jury Awards. Next up, we have Prabhakar Tiwari, Chief Growth Officer, Angel Broking. A huge round of applause for Prabhakar Tiwari ji. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution, guys. Please, I would request all of you to please keep supporting, please keep encouraging. Next up, we have Priyanka Sehgal, founder of Sparkles Dating. Thank you for being on the jury for us. Thank you, Priyanka, for your valuable contribution. Next up, we have Rahul Mishra, Head of Marketing, Shimaru Entertainment. Once again, thank you, Rahul Mishra ji, for your valuable contribution. Next up, we have Rahul Ramchandani, Partner Development Manager, Google. So thank you, Rahul Ramchandani. Thank you for being a part of this esteemed jury. Next, we have Rajasekhar KS, GM Marketing, Matrimony.com. Thank you, Rajasekhar ji, for your valuable contribution in this jury. Next up, we have Raji M. Shinde, Chief Executive Officer, Sai Meher Media, LLP. Thank you so much, Raji M. Shinde, and thank you for being a part of this esteemed jury. Next up, we have Rituraj Bidwai, Digital Marketing Head, Sobha Limited. Thank you, Rituraj Bidwai. Thank you for being a part of the jury. Next, we have Shri Shail Deshnoor, Senior Director, Head Consumer Marketing, Cipla. Thank you so much, Shri Shail Deshnoor. Next, we have on our esteemed jury, Shweta Srivastav, Head of Digital Marketing, Dr. Reddy. Thank you so much, Shweta Srivastav, for being a part of this jury of mCube Awards. Next up, we have Soumya Iyer, Founder and CEO, Divio Digital. Once again, thank you so much, Soumya, for being a part of the panel. Next we have Sugatu Banerjee, Corporate Head Marketing, Dish TV India. Thank you so much, Sugatu Banerjee, for all your valuable contribution. Next we have Suman Verma, Chief Marketing Officer, Hamdard Walks Laboratories. So thank you so much, Sumanji, for your valuable contribution, and thank you so much for taking your time out for this esteemed evaluation of mCube Awards. Next up, we have Varsha Oja, ex-VP and National Head, Brand and Digital Marketing, Radio City. Thank you so much, Varsha. Next, we have on the panel Zubin Kutar, Head Digital Marketing, Mahindra Holidays and Resorts. So thank you so much, Zubinji, for your valuable contribution. Once again, a huge round of applause for all these esteemed jury members of mCube Awards 2022. With this, it now gives me immense pleasure to introduce you all to Hansween Kaur, Business Head Mumspresso, who unfortunately couldn't be here in person today, but she has a message for all you beautiful people here. So can we please play the message from Hansween?
Everyone, this is Hansween from Mumspresso. It's been a blast of creative experience judging all these entries at mCube Awards 2022. It's amazing to see so many innovative campaigns which have been dealt with so much sincerity and character. Some of the campaigns had an absolutely perfect mix of impact versus ROI, and it has been one of the key deciding factors for many of the entries. I'm excited to see the level of growth achieved by these campaigners today, and I really wish them luck for the awards. Many of the entries were very inspiring, and I have taken a lesson or two from them. So wish you all the luck, and may the best one win.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, yes, once again, I think we all need luck and we all need good wishes, because soon it's going to be time to announce the much awaited segment of the day, that is the awards. But before moving on to the awards, I would also like to acknowledge and thank the grand jury members of InTech Awards as well. The felicitation will also happen after some time for all those members who are present. But let's quickly acknowledge and of course thank the first jury member of InTech Awards, Anil Kumar Singh, Head SEO and Organic Growth, HT Digital Streams. Thank you so much, Anil Kumar ji, for your valuable contribution. Next on the list, we have Archie Jackson, Senior Director, Headed in Kedo Incorporation. So once again, thank you, Archie, for being a part of the jury of InTech Awards. Next, we have Nirvan Biswas, Chief Technology Officer, National Bulk Handling Incorporation, NBHC. Thank you so much, Nirvan, for being a part of this jury. Next on the list, we have Saurabh Singh, CEO, co-founder, AdsPlay International. So thank you so much for being a part of the jury of InTech Awards. Next, we have Vivek Mirani, Managing Director, Magnon EG Plus. So these were the esteemed jury members of InTech Awards. Can we please take a huge round of applause for the entire jury of InTech Awards. Thank you so much, all the esteemed jury members, for being a part of the family and for taking out your valuable time and putting this day together for all of us. Now with this, let's move on to the much awaited segment. As I mentioned, the awards for the first category of the day. I hope you all are excited for the awards. Yes or no? ऐसे यार सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है. I think we need to be louder. Yes or no? That's better. So let's begin with the first category of this day, and for that, to present all the awards, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for our esteemed guest, Sugatu Banerjee, Head of Marketing, Dish TV India. A huge round of applause for Sugatu, sir. He'll be presenting the awards for the first category. Welcome on board, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks a lot. Now with this, let's quickly move on to the category. And the first category for the day is technology specific. So let's begin with the first award, that is for Best Technology Provider for FinTech Services. And the award goes to CC Avenue Infibeam Avenues Limited. Can we please have a huge round of applause for CC Avenue Infibeam Avenues Limited. Congratulations. Thank you so much, CC Avenue. Next award is for Technology Provider for FinTech Services Special Mention, and the award goes to iManage. A huge round of applause for iManage. And for the next award, Best Technology Provider for Artificial Intelligence Machine Learning Services, and the award goes to Synaptic AI. A huge round of applause for Synaptic AI. Well done. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much and congratulations. And the next award is for Technology Provider for Artificial Intelligence Services Special Mention, and the award goes to Simplify AI. Huge round of applause for Simplify AI. Superb. All right. For the next category, we have joint winners, and it's for the Best Technology Provider for Marketing Technology, that is MarkTech, and the first winner is Driving Nissan Towards Digitization Single Interface. Huge round of applause, guys. Welcome, team. Congratulations. I would request the entire team of Driving Nissan Towards Digitization Single Interface to come on stage. Come on, the entire team. Guys, a huge round of applause. Come on, a huge round of applause.
Just say thank you, thanks a lot. So each member that you are seeing here, because we are a MarTech company, so rightly it is co-owned by a lot of teams there. So here we have business teams, we have our technology teams, we have our back-end operation teams, everybody who has made it possible. Nissan has been a great client with us, and it's been great working on hyperlocal services for him. And great knowing, like we were talking about how important it is for religion, how important it is for community to come up. So I think with hyperlocal, we are actually touching the last mile. We are actually reaching to consumers when they need, in the language that they need and in the products that they need. So I'm super happy at getting this award. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. This was Driving Nissan Towards Digitization Single Interface, and congratulations once again. Next winner for the same category, Best Technology Provider for Marketing Technology MarTech Services, goes to Coffee Tech. Can we have a huge round of applause for Coffee Tech, please? All right. And the next award is for Best Technology Provider for Mobile Application Development Services, and the award goes to Speel Studios. Huge round of applause for Speel Studio, please. Congratulations, Speel. Well done. Lots and lots of wishes. Next up, we have Best Technology Provider for Cloud Computing Services. And the award goes to Successive Technologies. Huge round of applause for Successive Technologies. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much. Congratulations. The next award is for Best B2C Offline Marketing Campaign, and the best campaign goes to DIY Disasters of Investing by MOFSL. So huge round of applause for MOFSL. All right, next up we have Best 360-Degree Marketing Campaign, and the award for the Best 360-Degree Marketing Campaign goes to Curry Nation Brand Conversations, the Laughing Cow Cheese Sachet. Mom, one more please. Huge round of applause for the Best 360-Degree Marketing Campaign. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Well done, team. All right. So next award is for 360-Degree Marketing Campaign Special Mention, and the award goes to Times Network India Economic Conclave 2021. Huge round of applause for the entire team of Times Network India Economic Conclave 2021. The next award is for Best Experiential Marketing Campaign Offline, and the award goes to Nickelodeon Chiku or Bunty by Alak Advertising. So huge round of applause for Alak Advertising. Next up we have Best Marketing Campaign in Print, and this award goes to Bal Shiv by and TV. Huge round of applause for the entire team of Bal Shiv by and TV. Next we have Marketing Campaign in Print Special Mention, and the award goes to Columbia Pacific Communities Dear Appa. Huge round of applause for the entire team of Columbia Pacific Communities Dear Appa. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Next up we have Best Marketing Campaign on Radio, and this award goes to the Mental Health Awareness Campaign by Abbott. So huge round of applause for the entire team of Abbott. ताली बजा दो यार. Alright. Next up, we have Best Marketing Campaign through events, BTL channels, Skoda Airport Activation. Huge round of applause for the entire team of Skoda. And with this, we would now like to thank Sir. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for felicitating all the winners. Once again, a huge round of applause for him, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable time and, of course, your contribution. To felicitate the next set of winners, it gives me utmost pleasure to invite on stage Nidhi S. Mittal, Head of Marketing, Geo Savan Brand Solution. A huge round of applause for Nidhi Mittal. Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome on board. It's a pleasure to have you here. Let's move on to the next category. And the next award is for Best Marketing Campaign through TVCs. And the award goes to Ek Mahanayak, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar by Ann TV. So a huge round of applause for the entire team of Ek Mahanayak. Well done. Next we have Best OOH Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to Discovery Plus Into the Wild by, once again, Alak Advertising. Huge round of applause for Alak and the entire team of Alak. Next award is for the Best PR Campaign, and the Best PR Campaign award goes to The Sweet Sound of Wood by PaisaBazaar.com. Next we have Best Product Placement Strategy, and the award for the Best Products Placement Strategies goes to Duos Present You Got Chefed S3 by 1862 OML. A huge round of applause for the entire team of OML. Huge round of applause, guys. Can we please hear some noise? Well done. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Well, the next award is in the category of content marketing. So, in this category, the first award is for Best Branded Content, and the award goes to Skoda 3D Mapping at Rohtang Pass. Huge round of applause once again for the entire team of Skoda. Next up, we have Best Content in 360-degree campaign, glass bottle launch for Bisleri Vedika by Mindshift Interactive. So a huge round of applause for the entire team of Mindshift Interactive. Next up, we have Best Content, Best Branded Content Special Mention, and the award goes to Array and Casio Tone present Right Person, Wrong Time, Valentine's Special. A huge round of applause once again for this entire team of Array and Casio Tone present Right Person, Wrong Time. Next up, we have Best Content in a BTL Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to ITC Jugalbandi. Jugalbandi fusion of food and music. Next up, we have Content in a BTL Marketing Campaign Special Mention, and the award once again goes to Bal Shiv by Ant TV. Next we have Best Content in a Digital Integrated Campaign, and this award for the Digital Integrated Campaign goes to Bridgestone India. Chase your dreams. Well, once again, I think there's a hot seller winner in the category Best Content in Mobile Marketing Campaign. Once again goes to Skoda Kushak. Choose what really matters. So congratulations, Skoda. Well, next up we have Best Content in a PR Campaign, both online and offline. And well, this campaign is won by Outbound Remittance for Western Union by Fleischmann Hillard, India. Well, for the next category, once again, we have joint winners. And it is for the Best Content in Social Media Marketing Campaign. And the award goes to CNBC TV 18 Financial Quotient Campaign. Huge round of applause for CNBC TV 18 and the entire team of CNBC. Next up we have Best Content in Social Marketing Campaign once again, and this award is shared by CNBC and PhonePe Paripu Vada by Bank in the middle. A huge round of applause for the entire team of Bank in the middle. ताली सुनाई नहीं दे रही है यार. Huge round of applause, guys. Come on. Let's together support and encourage the entire team and the winner of Best Content in Social Media Marketing Campaign. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well, now it gives me immense pleasure to welcome. But before that, ma'am, I would request you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, well, I would love to. Let's do a partnership under the table, perhaps. Thank you so much, Nidhi ji, for joining us. A huge round of applause for Nidhi S. Mittal. Thank you for distributing all these awards and encouraging all the winners. And well, with this now, I would request you all to once again जोर से ताली बजा के welcome and put your hands together for Praseed Narayan ji, Executive Creative Director, Bank in the middle. Can we please?
This particular campaign was meant for Kerala market. So while we were doing the research, we realized that there is this evening snack called Dalvada or Paripura is very famous in Kerala. So that's why we used that as a metaphor, and we created a campaign, and that campaign really worked well in Kerala, and that's it.
All right, thank you so much. Well, this was great, and once again, congratulations to the entire team of Bang in the Middle. With this, well, this was something I'm sure that we all enjoyed, and congratulations once again to all the winners. एक बार जितने भी winners जो यहाँ present हैं, जो virtually ये देख रहे हैं, all those people who are watching us virtually, घर बैठे बैठे भी, यहाँ से भी जोर से ताली बजा के let's encourage all the winners together. Yeah, come on. Thank you. Well, with this, क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है कि सबको भूख लग रही है, so let's go for a tea break. But this tea break is going to be quick. So let's meet back again in 10 minutes. And of course, enjoy your warm cup of tea. And I hope that you will come back in this room with multiple zest and multiple voice. So it's outside, guys. The tea is being served. And of course, there are some snacks as well. So see you all once again in 10 minutes. A quick short tea break. See you all. Thank you so much. all the esteemed guests and all the members who can listen to me, we are going to begin in next 1 minute. So I would request all of you to kindly settle down. Once again, to all those who can hear me outside, it's time to get back. I would request all the esteemed members to please kindly settle down as we are shortly beginning in next 1 minute. Thank you. All right. So let's begin again. It's time to get back and it's time to continue with this beautiful, beautiful afternoon set for all of you. As we are sitting together as one big family, and there are so many interesting sessions ahead planned for all of you, lined up for all of you. But before that, before moving on to our next segment, I would request and I would like you all to please welcome with a huge round of applause Chitra Surana, Head Marketing and Alliance, Inkspell Media on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause please for Chitra Surana? बजा दो ताली यार, अब तो खा लिया, अब तो कॉफ़ी भी चली गई, चाय भी चली गई, सैंडविचेस भी चले गए, दिखा तो दो कहाँ है, come on, दिल्ली वालों. Now I can feel some zest. Thank you so much, Chitra, for being here. I would request you to please felicitate our esteemed jury members and our esteemed guests of this day. And of course, I would request all of you to please continue supporting with a huge round of applause. And the first guest, I would request all of you to please welcome once again on stage Nidhi Mittal. And I would request Chitra to please felicitate Nidhi Mittal ji. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. It's an immense pleasure to have you on board with us. All right. Next, I would request all of you to once again please put your hands together for Sugatu Banerjee. Once again, thank you so much for joining us and being on board, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Next up, I would request all of you to once again please put your hands together and welcome our next member, Anil Kumar Singh. Once again, huge round of applause please for Anil Kumar Singh ji. Huge round of applause, guys. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Thank you for being a part. Next, I would request all of you to please welcome our esteemed jury member and of course our esteemed guest, Mukul Kumar Sharma. Huge round of applause for Mukul Kumar, please. Mukulji, if you can hear me, please come on board. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Huge round of applause, please, guys. Come on. Next up, I would request all of you to please welcome Piyali Das Gupta. Huge round of applause for Piyali, please. And for all the members who are coming on behalf of our esteemed jury members, thank you so much and thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you. Next up, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Raji M. Shinde. A huge round of applause for Raji. Guys, अब तो कॉफी पी ली है, come on. Huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you, and thank you so much. Once again, I would also like to thank Chitra Surana. Thank you so much for felicitating all our guests. Thank you so much. Well, moving ahead, I would also like to inform all of you that we have a very, very interesting lineup for upcoming months as well. There are two very interesting events that is lined up specially for all you guys, and of course, our philosophy is to be bigger and better with every meeting and every event. So there's gonna be ICL 2022 Inkspell Media in collaboration with Global Trends Forum and India Creative Industries Council is all set to host the newest chapter of the India Content Leadership, a forum designed specifically to promote content developers, initiate a new discourse on the trends in the industry, and of course, identify and reward individual enterprises and agencies which have done exemplary work in the content development, content marketing, content publishing, both online as well as offline. This is not just it. जैसे कि कहते हैं दोस्तों, picture अभी बाकी है. So well, the next interesting lineup and next set of event is the Ad World Showdown 2022. Inkspell is proud to bring in a new era of networking and engagement in the B2B world. Well, we all are really proud to present the exclusive in-person edition of the Ad World Showdown 2022. The ultimate battle of branding and advertising and an engaging meeting place for many great marketing minds in person. The program is divided into 3 segments. So it's going to be Ad World Awards, Agency Wars, and of course, Ad Sports League as well. Well, this award set the benchmark in the industry by which creativity is measured. It will host 7 different categories, namely brand advertising, brand experience, brand identity, design, PR, media planning, and of course traditional and digital segments as well. And well, the fun doesn't end here, because The best part of Ad World is the informal networking opportunity that it offers to all the brands and agencies in a fun-filled strategy. Well, the Ad Sports League is set to give the brands participating in the agency-led cricket tournament and many other fun activities. Well, we have an array of team and individual games open to all of you, and of course there's gonna be games, prizes, campaigns. A team of 5 members will work together for 5 hours to create a 5-minute pitch that will be presented to the panel of jurors consisting mainly of top brand leaders, guys, top brand leaders. So the winning teams will of course take away all the glory and glows of the prizes along with the chance to present their winning speech in front of 300 plus industry professionals. Well, what are you waiting for, guys? So if you want to send your team into this particular contest, into this particular event, into this particular competition, then all you need to do is contact Gitika Kaushal at the registration desk for more information. So please go ahead with your teams. I think this is once in a, brilliant opportunities that can come across. So don't miss it. I would personally suggest just go ahead with your teams, register yourself for this event. And of course, you never know, you might go back home with lots of exciting winning prizes. So all the best for it, go for it. And once again, you can contact the information and registration desk outside for more information. So all the best for that. Also, it's really important here to address all the people who are viewing us virtually as well, that this contest is open for all and this will happen in the next upcoming event. So guys, please make sure if you have any doubts, you can perhaps ask in the comment section or the query box, and of course people who are present in person here can contact the information desk. And unfortunately, due to COVID and due to, of course, we know the situation out there in the world, there are a lot of people who really wanted to be a part of this but are unfortunately not present here in person, but they are connected with us virtually, as we have 200 plus people virtually watching us right now. And yes, of course, all those people who are here, once again, thank you for joining us. Well, with this, I think it's now time to move ahead towards our next very interesting segment lined up for all you beautiful people, all the esteemed guests here. Next up, we have a very interesting panel discussion. And of course, we have a very interesting lineup for all the panel members as well. Let me introduce you to the topic of this panel discussion. And I think it's very interesting, guys. This is something which will keep you intrigued, which will keep you wanting to know more, and this is something which is very important in this time and age. Marketing in Web 3.0, future-proofing brands in a cookie-less world. I think we all are a part of digital age, and it's very important to ensure transparency and ethics in our data sourcing. So how can we ensure that? How can we embrace a cookie-less future by adapting to new methods of the managing customer data? How can the transition from the multi-touch attribution paradigm to a future-proof decision strategy can be aligned with the user preference and of course user privacy as well? So how can you really make meaningfulness key to your customer relationship? These are the topics that we'll discuss in this panel discussion. And with this, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome and of course to introduce you to the moderator of the session, Siddharth Asthana, Director Business Development, Collect Cent, an e-com degree holder with a management education. He's a top-rated affiliate marketer with 14 plus years of experience of entrepreneurial and corporate experience. He founded his own affiliate ad network named Creatis Media Private Limited in 2016, which was bootstrapped with building a network of more than 2250 plus publishers and 140 clients. Wow, now that's huge. Now, since December 2020, he's associated with CollectSend Digital Media as a director and business development, where his role is seeking and creating business opportunities, and then, of course, establishing a scale of revenue and running it smoothly. Once again, give it up for Siddharth Asthana, Director, Business Development, CollectSend. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being on board. Thank you so much. And of course, now let me introduce to all the beautiful panel members for the day. First up, we have Anil Kumar Singh, Head SEO and Organic Growth HT Digital Streams, with over 19 plus years of experience in digital advertising. Anil has worked on more than 100 brands across various industries, including the mobile sector, FMCG, finance, e-commerce, estate, technology, health industries, along with several Indian and global companies. Currently, he is working with HT Media, where he oversees all the SEO efforts for the HT Group's asset portfolio. Wow, a multitasker indeed. Please put your hands together for Anil Kumar Singh. Welcome, sir. Welcome on board. Next up, we have Kaustav Mukherjee, VP Global Marketing, Maison the Orion, baptized into digital and performance marketing ecosystem as early as 2007 by Google India as their first landing team, Gurgaon, with 16 years of experience, guys, across various industry verticals. Kaustav currently leads the overall marketing at Maison the Orion as VP Marketing. He has previously added values to the brands like General Motors, Honda Motors, Samsung, Aircel, Havells, Yamaha, future retail brands such as Big Bazaar, Hometown, to name a few. Well, besides that, being a strategy consultant, Kaustav has been known to put great ideas into execution, building strong brands and delivering business results as well. Well, his key skills are performance marketing, brand management, revenue enhancement, integrated and digital marketing, road mapping development, marketing operations management, and of course, customer experience and design as well. So, well, thank you so much, Kaustav ji, for being here with us. A huge round of applause for Kaustav Mukherjee. And I think we all are really excited. We're really excited to see what all do you have to say today for this very interesting topic that we have. Next up, once again, please put your hands together for Nidhi S. Mittal, Head of Marketing, Geo7 Brand Solution. Nidhi brings in extensive and diversified experience across the areas of growth marketing, brand building, and business development. With an extensive experience of over 18 years across the areas of growth marketing, business development, lead generation, profitability, Nidhi Mittal heads the marketing at Geo7, where she is leading all the B2B solutions for audio streaming services. Welcome on board, Nidhi ji, once again. And can we have a huge round of applause for Nidhi ji? Thank you for being a part of the panel. Next up, we have Sai Thota, Head Digital Marketing, Ferns and Petals. Sai Thota is the Head of Digital Marketing. He is responsible for digital marketing across all the global locations, UAE, Singapore, Saudi, Qatar, other than the home country, India. Well, he is a postgraduate from the University of Hyderabad and did his executive program in management from IIM Ahmedabad. Well, Sai aspires to be a social entrepreneur and is also currently researching on that future topic. Well, I think we are already excited to know more about this project and of course to hear your valuable insights as well. So this was, and of course, next up, once again, please put your hands together for our very own Sugatu Banerjee, Corporate Head Marketing, Dish TV India. Well, with hands-on marketing experience across several services categories, backed by solid direct sales experience and having worked in 2 startup operations, Sugatu brings across industry learning of service marketing for organizations looking for rich experience with the performance and with that 8 years of working with the top ad agencies in the country, Sugatu combines go-to-market scaling up skills with a thorough experience of brand building as well. Well, his specialities are startups, product launch, media distribution, service marketing, service, brand operations as well. Well, this is our panel for today. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panel members and of course our moderator Siddharth. I think this is going to be very, very insightful. I'm already excited to see what all are we going to learn today and what all new information are we going back home with. So over to you and let's have a great, great session, guys. Abhina, let's just begin this session with a bang. I would request all of you to please put your hands up in the air first. Up in the air, guys. Up in the air. Come on, come on, come on. Up in the air. Yes, 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 yes. And now, no cheating, no cheating. Up in the air, up in the air. And now, on the count of 3, we'll actually begin with a bang. 3, 2, 1. You in a bath. Let's begin. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So I welcome all of you, and it's really a pleasure being here at Inkspell Media and sharing a stage with the eminent speakers like Nidhi, Kaushal, Anil, then Sai sir, Sugroto sir. They all have a rich experience, and a little bit I am being nervous to moderate them, since they have a rich experience and they come from a very, very diversified portfolio experience. So yeah, but the topic is interesting to begin and to share with you all their views and thoughts. So I'll start with the first question. Like, as you know that we are discussing the future proofing of brands in a cookieless world. So this is the upcoming thing in the digital which most of the marketeers are about to address, and they are still thinking how to do it in their own businesses to make it successful and to bring a change in the entire ecosystem of digital. So I will start with the first question with how do you think that you can ensure the data privacy, then the transparency, and then the customer relationship, meaningful to the customer relationship in your own business. So I'll start with Sugroto sir, and then we'll take forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I must work on my biodata for these events. You know, it is very embarrassing. But really make it shorter. And I think it's embarrassing for all of us here, if I say so. You know, in the next 18 months, most likely the entire world of digital marketing will completely transform, because cookies are going to disappear because of privacy issues across the world. And you've had, you know, Google, Apple, for example, Google particularly so. In the European Union, they have been slaughtered and punished and penalized heavily because of infringing privacy laws and also copyright laws. However, for us, the people who are in digital marketing, all of you know that without a cookie, your media plan goes for a toss. You really don't know where your customer is moving. So a lot of contextual stuff that we do now through digital marketing, we can't do. That puts us under a lot of pressure. So I'll just do a small case study. About 3 months back, we were preparing, you know, what next if we don't have cookies. We refurbished the entire website for one of our brands, made it far more SEO friendly as opposed to spending money on SEM. Our ranking on Google went up substantially. Our traffic increased by 2 times. So 2x improvement in traffic and also a 50% improvement in brand engagement. And our costs of SEM came down for the same amount of traffic. Of course, we had to do permission marketing, so all the information that we collected, including if you want a new connection, to take permission to use your mobile, to send you a WhatsApp, etc. All that was done, and remarkably, we are seeing a traction on the website. Activations have gone up, recharges have gone up, and our actual spends have come down. So, which means that the concept of data and first-party data importance is very high. So I would urge all of us to focus on first party data. It is difficult because you have to create databases, you got to hold the data, you have to be careful of what you ask and what not to ask. You know, we marketers like to know everything. So if you ever have the misfortune of filling up any DTH customer acquisition form, or let's say the form, they will ask you your TV size, your family size, your age group, your income, what profession you are. I mean, why on earth do we need that? Next, they will ask you what is the size, what dog you have, what is the dog's name, what size of shoe. Ridiculous. Do we really need that much of data? So in our earnestness to ask for more data, are we being relevant? So that's the other question to ask. So data privacy, yes. Permission marketing, yes. But what data to ask from a marketing point of view is very important. It has to be scalable, usable, and yet not intrusive enough to piss the customer off. That's my view.
Okay, sir. So I think now we can see what Sugato sir told. So I think we can be free of the unuseful data, and that which the marketers only specifically would be requiring to target their segment and to collect the data will be more precise, I believe. Okay, thank you. So now going to Nidhi, what's your viewpoint on this? How do you think that the data collection of data and ethics, how you think that you can restore in your B2B business?
Sure. So, guys, I'll just pick it up from where he left in terms of the data capture part that we're talking about. So I think the data which is given to us by consent is something that we should be focusing at, maybe going forward. And I come from a very, very you can say like a very practical approach towards marketing. I think what we do wrong is that, we always look for whatever is available to us and then maybe try to make our marketing plan above on those parameters. Instead of that, if we go to the basics of the marketing, right, probably it's the time for us to go back to our dashboard, and we all understand technology is evolving. Marketing itself is a very evolving field. So instead of waiting for something which is coming down 18 months down the line and getting worried about it, I think it's time to go back to the dashboard and understand how will we still keep those ethos in our business. When we're talking about ethics or consumer, giving them the meaningfulness and everything, that's not something which is only related to 3.0. That was there at the time of Web 1.0. It stays in Web 2.0, and it will evolve into 3.0 as well. So I think the basics, if I look at it, the basic thing, especially in the B2B market, I mean, we do not do, if I look at getting into a site where cookies won't be there. So does that mean the data will go away? No, the data will still be there. So the first step.
But the question is like, how do you think that you can tap your potential, like for the business, maybe the aggregator, right, where they're collecting the data but not able to reach out, since cookie was helping them to reach it very prominently and probably they were able to anyhow pursue the customer through online journey. But since now cookie less will be there, how do you think that it will be able to justify it?
So not necessarily cookie is the only parameter where we rely on data on, the data for us. For example, B2B, if I talk about, I worked in the cybersecurity market. I'm currently working in an audio streaming platform. For us, the website that we utilize, where we actually store the, cookies, it's more of an informative website. And whatever data we capture is right now as well in a very consensual way. So somebody who's coming to us or, finding out our product and services, they're actually consensually putting that information to us, saying that we want to reach out to you to understand more about your product and services. So we do not go back and retarget them with our services at the moment. And in B2B space, I think many of the businesses are doing that way. B2C definitely understand it might be a posing challenge because, you do a lot of retargeting to the customers. For example, e-commerce industry. If I landed on a Mantra site and I see a product, it has to be retargeted back to me as well, right? But not necessarily in B2B space that much, but that doesn't mean that the data capturing as a concern goes away for me. The only thing I'm trying to make a point here is that we have still a lot of time to figure out that the first step, which is whether the data will be there or not. Data will still be there. How do we capture is something that will change.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. I think that's a good.
So, Anil, if I may just add on to what Nidhi was talking about. Firstly, Nidhi, you stole my lines. Okay. Yeah. So I think when you come down to the basics, it is I would say Web 3.0 is almost same as what Web 1.0 is, and since Anil, myself, we come from a very executional kind of a background, right, where we have worked on the dashboards, right from where we made ads, worked on Google AdWords to Facebook marketing, SEO, and so on. For us, it's not going to be much of a challenge to look at strategies, how we move ahead to acquire consumers because even at Web 1.0, where were the cookies? Were there any cookies? Were we even aware about what remarketing was? Were we even aware about how to create lookalike audiences? No. All of this came in Web 2.0 when we were made aware about there are cookies which get dropped onto our systems, right? So when you're looking at your strategies, when you look at how you're going to design your marketing strategies or your digital strategies for your brands and your clients, look at it from a perspective how you're looking at tapping onto the user's mind, the consumer's mind. And I think the best way forward is put yourself in a consumer shoe. What is it are you going to be looking for? What will drive you to click on an ad and become party to that first party data of the brand, right? So the strategies need to evolve around that. And some of us across, I think, panels, the audience, and everybody else who is watching, I think we have already started moving towards that. We are already doing it subconsciously. It's just that we haven't spoken about it, right? Anil, you want to add on something?
So I just want to ask you one thing. So how do you see the media buying? Since Subodh sir also mentioned, then the media buying will impact a lot in the cookieless. So how do you see that change or impact?
So definitely. So, you know, I don't want to take up the names of certain aggregators or affiliates we work with or we plan to work with. But imagine this, Siddharth. I mean, back in the era when we used to work together, right, in a client and a partner kind of a way, we never used to go after cookies, right? We used to go after, let's say, whatever data is already available there in physical format, right? What are the psychographics? What are the deviceographics, right? How can we do a location targeting, and that is completely based on, let's say, maybe telco data will become very important right now, right? Brand data which is available already. Brands will definitely get into the space of under the while governing GDPR laws, they are ready to kind of monetize their data. I'm sure there would be something which is coming up. So like Nidhi and Shugatu said, yes, 18 months is still there. We still have a lot to evolve, and we will evolve.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Not much to add. Not much to add here because everybody said lots of things. But I would say, even as Kaushal said, there are so much things we did in 2003, 2005 era as well. Okay, where there was no cookie and all those things. Okay. What was working at that particular time was email marketing was doing fantastic job for us. SEO was doing fantastic job. Still SEO is doing fantastic job for most of the brand. Okay. At the same time, first party data is very important. You have to be relevant. You have to understand your customer, understand your audience, and ask and give them incentive to give you the data. Okay. Otherwise, it will be hard to get those customers. Okay. So I think relevancy.
Do you think those customers, if we give them incentive, would they be the relevant customers for you?
So that is the strategy you need to follow. What kind of audience you want to target? Okay. If you know your audience properly and you are targeting your audience basis on the cohort which you have created, okay, of course data will be relevant for you.
I think sir. Basically, if what Anil sir has just told, that if we incentivize the user, I think for your business it will make a lot of sense, or probably the pull of the customer if you give the incentive to users through any medium, either be email or SMS or anyone.
I would use probably the word of a reason, a right reason for the customer to give you those details, instead of using the word incentive. At times, you just have to give a reason. I'm collecting this information for this reason. If you're able to communicate that well, I think users will give you that information. That's how I would like to put it. Certainly, I don't want to create a dent in giving incentives each and every time, but yeah, it's all about the right reason at the right place. For example, let's say the customer is on the home page the reason can be different, and he's already, let's say, at the login page while before checking out, let's say, the reason could be different. So I think certainly in the going forward, we have to collect a lot of information. For that, this capturing of email address, phone number, or for that matter, address and a few more details is going to be crucial for our marketing going forward. I think it's about telling the right reason.
So what I understand, the persuasion method would change, probably.
Yes, we have to work on that. Yeah, more than change, we have to work on that, and we have to actually put ourselves, like the way that I think Kaushal was also saying, we have to put ourselves in the shoes of the customer when we are actually trying to ask any information.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
I want to add a point. I think the word incentive is a dangerous word because it will lead to another entire chain of malpractices and all sorts of things. But the challenge really is to get authentic, correct information. Today, everybody wants first party, cookie or not cookie. If you go to the offline world, even the chaiwala wants your mobile number. Why? So you have to say, no, I don't want.
For their customers to contact.
Jai Hanuman, Jai Holi, nonsense will come. I'm sure all of us get it, right? So this is first party data, and there will be misuse of that. The question is, so I've stopped giving my phone number. Whether it is mainland China or wherever else I go, I've stopped giving my number. Or to have fun, sometimes I give random numbers.
But they will surely reach out to you anyhow.
So they will reach out to some random guy, not me. Okay, so the point I'm coming to is how I work in an online-offline world. I generate leads, I sell set-top boxes and new connections through the online world, but they are physically being then installed. So this is a very tricky transition, and many brands are in this position. Most of the people here would only think digital, but when you have a digital to offline transition, the authenticity and the correctness of the data would make a huge difference. If there is a spell check problem, instead of writing 3 Aruna Asif Road, if I write 3 Aruna Road, it goes haywire. My engineer will run around the whole country trying to find where is Aruna Road. So these are genuine problems, and without cookies, that helps us triangulate data and get us better information. It's going to be a challenge, and therefore incentivization is a great thought, but imagine if I have to acquire 1 million customers data and I have to incentivize each one of them. I won't have any in my marketing budget to advertise it.
So
it's a two-edged sword, and then people will become addicted to, like we have, YouTube has destroyed the content.
So you're saying the life will become...
Everything becoming free, so everyone will start giving money, and I will charge more money to give more authentic information. It will go into another... So we have to be very careful. That's my view.
So the life is will be getting change of all of you and all the market, very soon. Okay, thanks. Okay, so going to the second question, which is like very common and very everybody's thinking over this, and I'm sure that the marketers are thinking, like how the third-party cookie in the business will change each of you in your own business, and how will it be impacting? So we'll start with Kaushal. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is a very relevant question in our vertical itself. So we work in a B2B and a B2C setup both, right? And for us, we have different marketing programs across. Now, when we look at the if you're not able to acquire third-party cookies, right, how do we work in that? So we kind of look at it from a perspective that we work with our partners to arrive at what Sugato just said about creating our entire pool of first-party cookies, first-party data. And that is what we kind of bring them from the offline mode to the digital mode, where we get the consent, move them back into the offline mode. So what we are doing is we're giving them an experience. Obviously, incentivization is costing us and bleeding us for sure. But for me, that user, the lifetime value of that user is much more, where I can afford to spend for that first-time acquisition and bringing him to an offline experience, getting his consent for first-party data, moving him back to the offline, and then ensuring that I have a regular digital engagement, and at the same time, cross-selling, upselling across, right? So that's typically one way we are looking at. Second, if you look at a lot of other brands, I mean, I remember after just coming back into Gurgaon, I started noticing that, you know, a couple of years back, all these guys dishing out small cards to fill up your names and mobile number and all, they had disappeared, right? Because everybody was getting, being tracked by cookies and so on. But surprisingly, last week I was at Spar and this guy comes up again from some holidays wala thing and he's like, so number and phone number. I said, why? Ye to milta hai tum log ko already aise mein. So he's like, no sir, we are doing it again now. We have recently, aggressively starting to source information. So in a way, if you look at it, you are actually giving them consent to become a first party data for their business. And that's typically how still third party cookie and, I mean, in a cookieless world, you're still going to be a first party data.
So do you think that it will be a lot of things will be involved now, much more on a higher side to address this issue of cookieless?
Yes, I believe so. And I think brands are also getting ready. Like I said, they have to look at now the LTV instead of the immediate CAC, because CAC from a first, whether it's a first touch attribution or a multi-touch attribution, it's lower. But now CAC is going to be calculated at a very different way, mostly from an LTV perspective.
I'm sure that it will hit the revenue as well.
It is. Depends on the ticket size as well, how you want to strategize. Right. So the strategies will be completely depend on your ticket size of your products.
Okay. So I would like to have a viewpoint from Mr. Sai also. How do you see in your organization it will impact or your business of in funds and petals? If you can give some insights, how you look this challenge of cookieless in.
Impact is certainly there. There's no doubt about it. What is the impact? How much is the impact? Because it's actually going to be there for everyone. So I think the time only is going to say that. We all would like to know that the impact would be on the revenue side, or losing the customer, or probably the aggregators or your partners working. How do you look at these all kinds of challenges when you are facing the cookieless just time to come? Yeah. At the end of the day, if there is an impact, at the end of finally it boils down to revenue only, right? There's no doubt about it. If there is an impact at any stage, at the end of the day, it is going to impact your revenue. Isme to doubt nahi hai. Okay. So instead of actually probably trying to say, is it going to impact? How much is the impact? I would like to turn it around and say that, are you getting ready for that? So that's where, in fact, actually, while this discussion of third-party cookies has been there for some good amount of, I think the first time this was discussed, I think in 2014 or so. So we have started investing into building a customer data platform called CDP in 2019, a little before COVID has stuck. Okay, so we have built this CDP where what we have done is we are actually collecting the information of the customer to be able to have a unified customer view of. Basically, it's not just about discrete data of the customer. It's actually having a unified view of each and every single customer. That's what we are actually building. Okay, so because we are also a brand where we're online and offline also. Today's discussion is more about web and online, I understand. But at the same time, we are online and offline. We have actually built this CDP for the first time in online. As we talk, we're also trying to extend it to offline. So there are these customer interactions happening. Okay, so the customer might be coming online, offline, or at times they also call over the phone also, right? We are trying to get every information into this single platform. Okay, that's what we are doing. Okay, when we do that, sometimes, let's say the customer is on the website, let's say he did not give you the information, but he might have given this information in the retail store, or probably when he called, maybe that information is available with the call center and all, right? So we're actually trying to collect all this information and are going to use this information going forward. But again, with CDP also, what we are also trying to do is, when a customer comes on the website, each and every information. We're actually collecting the information of what's he doing on the website. Is he taking the intended action or not? If he's actually leaving the website, where is he leaving? Okay, so based on this, it's all about like the way Sugato is also saying, right? If you take the information, how are you going to use it? So instead of actually sending a blast, okay, let's say the customer has left at, let's say, in our case, we have something called, when a customer is placing an order, they have to first give us the PIN code, because for us, customer and recipient are different. Okay, so let's say somebody in Delhi, let's say sending a gift to Mumbai. Okay, so let's say he has given the PIN code and then let's say left the website. So if because let's say he's my old customer trying to place an order to Mumbai, I know that so today what are the gifts available for delivery in Mumbai? I know that. Let's say based on his browsing behavior, let's say I also understand that he is actually trying to place an order for cake and not flour. So how can I send information to him through email, WhatsApp, or SMS, or for that matter, because we're also going mobile, so can I send a notification on mobile? So how do I do it smartly based on the intent that he has expressed today? Because we're also into a business where it is need-driven. Our business is actually need-driven or category, and it's also last minute. So most of the times customers realize that it is, let's say, Nidhi's birthday today, Sugato's anniversary is today, so it is all last minute. So for us, most of the transactions happen within 24 hours of the time, from the time when he visited the website.
So what I understand from your conversation, मैं नहीं छोड़ूंगा, कुछ भी हो जाए.
No, it is about it's about having those intelligent interventions at the right time.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that. Yeah.
True. I mean, looking at the intent, you are reaching over to a customer rather than incentivizing or probably going after it, pushing the customer with the messages or any medium through.
I might also give an incentive. Let's say I know this customer is very much discount driven. I know his behavior in the past. Let's say he has placed 3 orders in the previously, and let's say all the 3 times he has used a discount code. Okay, so then I understand that this guy is customer discount driven. Let me throw a discount.
But here's what I do. Yeah, but he's buying it on a recurring basis, so I'll probably offer him the.
Yeah. So it's all about understanding the customer and throw the right promotion at the right time is what I would like to call it. That's the reason I'm calling it intelligent interaction more than throwing something.
Got it. So looking at his need or the event you are proposing him to...
Not just the need, his past behavior on the website, and whether it could be website, it could be the store, it could be an interaction with my call center agent also. A lot of times you understand the intent at different places.
Right.
This information is going to be there in the CDP.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. So very interesting. I mean, the points which Sai sir just told, that the customer intent is very important. And when we look at the intent, we are able to know from his behavior and then reach out to him and then probably give him according to what the customer is looking at. So very rightly said. Moving on to the next question, which is also very nowadays very prominent, like rural Bharat and urban Bharat, which is a topic of discussion everybody is talking about since the digital transition is happening. A lot of things are coming up. So as like the topic itself is like Web 3.0 and cookieless. So in the context of same, or how we look at rural Bharat and the urban Bharat, which is changing, and digital, most importantly, the digital is getting changed. The pattern is changing. The consumer way, the user's way of consuming the digital is changing. So how do you think the rural and urban Bharat is making an impact? So I will start with Mr. Anil. How do you think so? How do you look at?
Changing every day, the behavior of user. What we believe, all the marketer, that okay, money is only with the metro people, right? But we see the Flipkart data or Amazon data.
But that's not true.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
If you see the Flipkart data or Amazon data, okay, just
Most
get
of
the
the
data.
B-town sales happens from the
tier 2,
tier 2,
cities.
yeah.
Even a small villages also they have access to now. Amazon is opening a warehouse in small cities as well. Okay.
Because we have choices. Metro
Yes.
has choices, but the B-town cities doesn't have those choices.
Yeah, and they also wanted to consume the product which is very prominent product for them as well. So the behavior is changing, and that is why we need to also think about how to reach those people. Okay. To reach those people, we have to also speak in their own languages. Okay. So vernacular content is going to play a major role here. We have to see English population and Hindi population and other population. Okay. We have to definitely understand our customer who is going to consume our product. So the second largest language in India is, so let's say English, Hindi and Bengali, and then we have South Indian languages. Okay. So the way we are approaching, even in our HT media, we have launched multiple property these days. Okay. From last 3 months, we have launched Telugu, Tamil, Marathi, Kannada, all those websites to reach those customer and those audience, okay, to consume our content which we have. Similarly, Amazon also launched Hindi website, okay, to reach Hindi audience. Other thing I wanted to add is the way they use the digital platform is completely different, okay. We use Netflix, Amazon Prime and all, they are using share chart. Okay, how many people here on this stage we use share chart? A share chart is growing like crazy. Okay, Google has just tried to acquire that company. So there is regional content, okay, and they wanted to speak in their own languages. Okay, that is growing. Third point I wanted to make is the format of the content is changing. So people are started asking Alexa, Google about lots of things. Okay, so why search is growing? Okay, podcasting as a product is growing very fast. Okay, and we always believe that, okay, we are creating web version of the content that is only will help us to reach those audience. So the content format and regional vernacular, and at the same time we have to also think about the problem and solution approach for the small cities people and for the rural India. That is how you will reach those Bharat, and you will understand their behavior, and then you will able to sell your product.
Okay, so you're saying that the communication in the vernacular will impact the user effectively.
Yes, and that is already helping most of the brand. Okay, that's why even FMCG company, they also started building content around regional format, and at the same time they are also working on the podcast. Okay, from last 2 years, podcast is growing like crazy. Okay, and because the Google Alexa or Google Mini, and even people are also asking Google Assistant, okay, Google tell me aaj ka samachar, okay, or something like that. Okay, similarly they are also asking questions. Okay.
So all the multinational brands or any brands which are existing in the market, they are coming with the now what you were saying with the vernacular kind of a advertising opportunity, or probably pursuing the customer with the communication which is vernacular, so that then the customer will relate and probably will buy.
Yes, and at the same time you have to also think about the local ecosystem. Okay, so for South India, your approach will be different than the North India. Okay, because there is different culture altogether. Okay, they have different buying behavior. They have different way to consume the content. Okay, if you are not relevant, okay, so then of course you will be losing huge chunk. And then that's why I said in my last discussion also in another conference that, okay, we need to definitely believe that Bharat is coming. Okay, we always think of India at a large level, but Bharat now, you see the kind of approach we see these days, regional content and even regional movies. Yeah. South Indian movies like becoming like crazy. Okay, now those South Indian stars is becoming like God. Okay, Shah Rukh Khan also wanted to take photograph with those people. Okay, so we have to also understand how Bharat is coming, and we have to welcome Bharat. Okay, please come and we are with you. Okay.
So we should all be proud of being an Indian.
Yeah.
So okay, so I'll go to Mr. Sugoto to say few Few words on this.
Basically, the challenge in this country is that we have the Maybach and the Bentleys driving on the same road as the guy who is driving a low-end bicycle. Not the Firefoxes, but the low-end bicycle. And they coexist in the same gully, in the same city, at the same time.
Because all are voters now.
And if you go 50 kilometers from here, you will find a completely different world. I don't know how many of you have traveled into the villages. I have to do that for a living. So every month, about 4 to 5 days, I'm in the interiors of the country. 50 kilometers from here, you cannot see a lady's face. If you do a home visit to a customer, they won't come and talk to you. So I have to go with a lady colleague of mine, and I stay outside, and she goes in and speaks to the ladies. Forget hygiene, female hygiene, forget them. Even talking to a man is not allowed. 50 kilometers from here. Yet, those ladies, they are using smartphones. They are accessing online stuff. The question is, how do you reach them? If you see, all of them are consuming vernacular content. Whether it is 50 kilometers from Chennai or 50 kilometers from Calcutta, 50 kilometers from Bombay, 50 kilometers from here, everybody moves into vernacular. So I totally agree that vernacular content will drive digital marketing in the rural and the Bharat part of our country. However, the question is, how do you create eventually you want them to come to your website or walk into a store. What content can you give them to in your website in their language, which is relevant? And yet the ecosystem that we work with here, if I just do a show of hands, there'll be at least 6-7 languages we are comfortable with. But we are still communicating in one language, which is English. And most of the content developers, they think in English, they write in English. If I ask them to do something in Bhojpuri, Maithili, these are vast languages, vast languages. If I ask them to do something in Kannada, we fail. So why will they come to our website in Kannada? If I ask them to do something in Assamese, impossible.
So you are saying that
is the challenge.
So you are saying that we should go back to our roots and not
I think
as a global citizens.
We need to reach out digitally, yes, but in their language and in a way they can understand that language. Typically what we do is we put there was someone who won an award for artificial intelligence and machine learning and all. We give them an English website, chalo isko abhi Kannada mein banao. Random ho jata hai bilkul. Why will the Kannada guy read something so nonsense?
Because we've been taught now that English is the most preferred language from the school.
We are thinking and creating in a language which is irrelevant in that context. And fundamentals of marketing demand that you need to speak to that customer potential in their language, in their context. We don't do that. And if we don't do that, that's a basic principle. If we do that right, we will reach Bharat digitally, effortlessly. So content is important and also the context of that content. And that's, I think, the real challenge.
Yeah, I would just add a point here because we work. This is one of the topics which is pretty much in our boardroom all the time. India versus Bharat, because the streaming platforms, the way we've been all talking. We just forgot cookie now. We're just talking content, right? So the way music streaming platforms or any other OTT platforms are performing right now, I think in totality, if you look at it, content consumption is pretty high. Even Tamil is one of the biggest languages that we have in terms of our streaming data that we have. But when we talk about advertising solutions or marketing, I think we still think in a global way. We all, that is one of the biggest challenges we also face in our domain, that, Tamil being one of the biggest streaming languages, we do not get too much of an advertising revenue or a requirement from the South market.
Right.
So there's a disconnect somewhere, right? That the content is being consumed, but why are the advertising platforms not looking at that way? We recently just launched a campaign for Amazon Prime for one of their web shows, which is Suzel, which is not a, it's not a Hindi or an English-driven content. So I think in our advertising and marketing solution, we have to somewhere go down and think India and Bharat both and stop thinking global. Like Mr. Subruta was saying, just English is one language. That's the only way we can do it, because content consumption is not, which is a challenge. And they're not even aware of whether it's a cookieless, advertising solution or a cookie-based at the end of the day. But we're not even considering them when we're thinking about it. So I think that needs to change.
So if I may just carry on from there. So very well said by Sugata sir and Nidhi ma'am. It's very strange that we feel that advertising solutions are not there, brands are not working towards Bharat. I mean, some of the award-winning campaigns, if everybody over here from the advertising world is following, Jago Kisan by ITC and so on, right? They are all reaching out to these consumers. Yes, we are probably using low-end technology.
But they get shadowed. Don't you think so?
Yes, they do get shadowed. But you are looking like, again, we come back to India and Bharat, right? If you're looking at as an overall Bharat, and you work or go towards tier 3 and R1, R2s of the zones, you'll kind of see that these ads or these ad solutions which are there, communications which are there, they are very big, and that's a majority of our population as well. Now, when you're looking at how do we kind of combine India and Bharat together, I think the first thing which we need to be looking at is gamification of these content ideas in Vernac. Now, when we talk about gamification of content, I mean, there are look at one of the largest social media channels which has come up very recently. I mean, it's got more than 26 Vernac languages across. They have their own content writers who are thinking actually in Bhojpuri and Maithili and not in English and translating it, right? So these are the guys who are actually playing in these fields, right? And these guys, obviously brands are learning from that. Brands are coming up with teams who are now starting to think on that. And when you talk about gamification of content, we need to be aware that also the people who are in R1s and R2s, they will not, rightly said, they don't know what is a cookie or cookieless. Our job as brand marketers is to get them onto our platform, get the first party information somehow, and then go after them in this cookieless world. So how do you do that? Figure out a gamification, figure out incentivization. Either they are playing games, either they're watching something. Figure out how you can incentivize in terms of either a cashback or maybe a giveaway or something like that. And immediately you are acquiring a new consumer to whom you can reach out later. And you're not dependent on the fact that a cookie is being dropped on the system and then you can later access that. So I'm just trying to bridge the topic between how we look at a cookieless world and content as well for Bharat.
Okay, perfect. I think what you summarized with the approach, how to get the customer acquisition, very rightly said that reaching out to them and then acquiring with the plan. Okay, so now moving to the next question, which is the final question of the day for this panel discussion. So now we started with Web 3.0. So now, as all the marketers of different brands are sitting here, I just want to ask them, how do you look at Web 3.0? What are your views on this? That how will it impact the user experience on this Web 3.0? As it is saying that it will be bringing a revolutionary change. As it is evolving, but it is beyond evolving, it will be a revolutionized. So how do you look at this revolution in your own business and the impact of it? So we can start with Nidhi.
Sure. Yeah. I think actually that is the question that we have in our mind, more about how we will adapt, we will, because we have the resources, right? We have the technology, we have teams to think about it, we can work around it, and we know how to get the data. But maybe as a consumer also, my biggest worry is, and as I read more about Web 3.0, is the decentralization of the data, right? I will not call Googles and Facebooks, they have a disciplined platform, but still there is a discipline, right? So my worry is that when it goes all decentralized and, the power lies with the consumer, how are they going to actually behave? Because,
so we are predicting, and prediction is giving us
it's
fear.
all good, bad, and ugly that we end up attracting, right? And we are still hearing a lot of cases which are happening on metaverse. So on one side, it is giving us an experience like H&M, but on the other side, it is actually making very destructive content as well. So you actually asked the question which is in our head, that what is going to be the consumer behavior? Yeah. And I think we have to be prepared for that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So your viewpoint on this?
So I think I'll follow up Nidhi with that, and yes, Web 3.0 is still yet to come, and we are preparing for it. But what is Web 3.0? Let's try and understand that.
Do you think the web will change the entire what we look right now on our screens on desktop or mobile or handset?
It definitely is. That's what Web 3.0 is about, because it's about getting the consumer or the user more closer to the experience, more closer to being more of a virtual figure. And that's typically what we are looking at.
But do you think that this change will adapt user efficiently, and then they will have the same experience what they were earlier having?
I think it's going to be better, but again, like just taking Nidhi up on that is, yes, there are good and cons, pros and cons of it. And the con is definitely I don't think there still is a system in place to moderate content. There's a way to moderate user journeys as well, which we had come to learn in Web 2.0 as of now.
Okay. So how, Anil, to you the question is like, how do you look Web 3.0, the content consumption? On the content perspective, how do you look that the content will be served in a different way to the user?
I think we have already started this. Most of the brand and even media house also started this. Okay, because AR, VR, all these are already started playing role. And Google has also done so many innovation in this category. Okay, and as I said that okay, why search is going to become big, visual search is going to become big. Okay, so brand and all the marketers should think about how to reach those audience who is talking to Alexa, who is talking to Google Mini or Google Assistant, okay, how to reach there. At the same time, visual search, Google has already enabled one of the platform where you will put your camera and you will see this particular person is wearing this particular t-shirt or jeans, and Google will give you the option where you can buy that product. Okay.
So you are talking about visual reality, VR.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So that is going to change the way people are consuming content and the way people will be searching on the platform. Okay. And the way entire internet consumption is happening, and now internet is becoming cheap day by day, and even Google Mini and Alexa is also becoming cheap day by day. The entire behavior will be changed. Okay. So from the content consumption perspective, we have to also think about those audience who is asking questions to Google Assistant or Google Assistant. The funny thing is, these days most of people, even 80% questions, and 80% the way people are talking to Google Assistant say, "Hey Google, I love you." Google say, "Thank you very much." But that is the experiment going on. But at the same time, they are asking serious questions also.
I hope it comes in the society for everyone. That
yeah. and the way people are asking Google that, okay, how to reduce my hair fall? Okay, how to glow my skin? These are the questions.
This question I should ask to Google more probably.
So that is we have to also think about how to reach those audience who is asking questions. Okay, so as I said, we need to think about the problem and solution approach. All the brands should think about the problem and solution approach. If people has questions, they are coming to Google, they are asking questions. They want answer to that question. Google say, I have answer. Okay, so all the brands should create content around that, okay, to help people. So right now what is happening is 60% brands are trying to sell product. The content is selling as a nature, not helping as a nature. So you should start helping people, okay, and that will give you the real customer and the returning visitor to your platform.
Okay. So you should predict what the customer could ask, and it should keep on engaging the customer on the content basis, so that the customer should keep on coming, right?
Yes, you need to understand the intent behind it, why they are coming and why they are searching.
So you should be solving their problems or solving their questions, what they are looking at.
Yes, and the content format is going to change. That's why I said, okay, we have to think about the new way to creating content.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, sir, your viewpoint on this, how do you look at Web 3.0, which is a very interesting thing and everybody is like inquisitive to know about it?
I would say Web 3.0 is already there, according to me, and I would actually take the cue from Anil only. So one is, he said that you have to help the customer. Okay, so from there I would like to say, when you are actually helping the customer, it has to be intelligent and it has to be connected experience. That's what I would put it in my segment when it comes to us. So if there is a conversation, if there is an interaction that has happened, okay, you have to when he comes next, you have to take cue from there, and then how can you have the conversation with him? So, for example, let us say yesterday he left my, let's say, website after having seen some cakes and all, let's say. Okay, so the next time that he comes, and let us say he was also browsing for Mumbai, let's say. So I should be talking about cakes available for Mumbai and all. I should be, that connected and intelligent. So usage of AI.
But you don't have the cookie now. How do you do that then? Because the customer has left. So how do you, so you're saying that the first party data already you have.
I have my, so even let's say the customer haven't given his email and phone number, the CDP that I'm talking about, have been talking about, has a digital cookie. Okay, so it can actually stitch the sessions. It can actually stitch the sessions. Yeah. So we should actually, that is the reason I'm saying I think we have to have those intelligent and connected experiences. We have to give that. The customers are
the story
demanding.
Should not left in between. Right?
The customers are demanding.
Yeah.
Okay. Plus on top of it, because the customers are also going more privacy oriented, we also have to respect that and make sure that our systems are in place to make sure that privacy is also taken care of.
Okay. Subrata sir, what is your viewpoint on this? How do you look this?
I believe that we are still a few years away, half a decade or a little bit more on Web 3.0, but that doesn't mean we don't need to get ready right now.
But we are moving to 5 trillion.
Yeah, we will in a matter of, say, 4 to 5 years in India. So there are two parts we should look at. One is the informational part, the other part is the transactional part. Now in a distributed administrative organization kind of a thing where there is no central server, but it's distributed all across the world. And therefore, all this concept of, it basically will work on blockchain. So the IT team basically will become far more heavy and employment in blockchain will rise dramatically, but that's a different matter. What we do need to do is to understand when is he looking for information, when is he looking to do transaction. And if we can separate that, and which means information means each website, each brand will have to have a great content story. Why he should come to my website. I distribute channels.
The purpose has to be there.
Yes, I distribute channels. And I also see therefore a lot of co-marketing happen. If I'm distributing channels for Z, is there anything I can do, co-collaborate with Z to understand that is he coming to search a certain Z channel, then is he looking for an operator or a distributor which is distributing that channel and in a pin code where I am available. So it will move from a cookie part to a lot of co-marketing. And it will get more and more complex in that way. The second part is we will have far more data from offline world. For example, we know brands which straddle both online and offline. There is a store visit there, or there is a call center call that comes, or there is an engineer who goes to repair something or install something using the IVR. So all those frequencies can be matched and we can get a pretty good idea of the existing customer. Now we have a base of more than 1.5 crores, 15 million. Now 15 million people is what we have information on. The challenge is how will Web 3.0 help me get another 15 million more? And that's where I need to distinguish between information seeking and transaction seeking. And I'm not very clear yet how we will do that. But these are the two problems we have isolated and we are working on them.
Yeah, but after your hearing, it shows that it's an opportunity.
It's a huge opportunity.
It's a big opportunity, looking at what you said, like the transactional user, the way, and then the co-opportunity of other products as well.
That's right. And also this whole thing is going to be built on data. So how fast we can collate all the relevant data and have a quick view of the customer. So if my customer comes to my website, I must quickly, in a fraction of a second, know that he called the call center 3 times for an upgrade. He has used the IVR 4 times to subscribe to a sports channel in the last 1 year. So logically, he should be looking for sports because there is cricket happening now. So I don't show him anything else. I contextually show him the information that he wants. And at a blazing fast speed. And imagine this now trying to deliver this 200 kilometers from here from a place called Mainpuri.
Yeah, it's
impossible at this point in time. But Web 3.0 will make that possible. So your market will become far more enriched.
So I think hearing everybody here, I think the life, hoping that life will change and experience will change. And as a marketer, definitely things will be not a difficult, but yeah, a new thing to learn and to see how the better life of everybody can be made. I think, yeah, okay. Thank you. I think that was a wonderful discussion and knowing your viewpoints from each of you and your perspective. So thanks for your time and welcome. Thank you.
A huge round of applause, guys. Come on. Thank you so much. I would request you to please remain on stage. This was fab, this was very, very insightful, and I think all of us will go back home with lots and lots of value addition. Yes or no? सच नहीं बोल रहे क्या? सही सही बताओ यार. Yes or no? Thank you. Well, with this, now I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Geetika, Kaushal, Inkspell Media to felicitate all our respected panelists. Can we have a huge round of applause for Geetika, please? Geetika, can we please have you on stage? Thank you. I would request you to please felicitate all our esteemed panelist members. Thank you so much for taking out time from your busy schedules and contributing to this day and of course adding lots and lots of value to our event. Thank you so much. Let's keep appreciating, guys. Come on. Thank you, Geetika, for presenting with all the all the certificates to our esteemed guests, and thank you so much, all of you. Once again, a huge round of applause for our entire team of panelists. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. All right. With this, let's move ahead towards our next segment and brace yourself up. Because again, this is a very, very special address by someone who's very, very special. I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Paritosh Johari, CTO, Successive Technologies. Huge round of applause for Paritosh. Please come on. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Meanwhile, let me brief you a little about him. Paritosh is a technology leader with more than 18 years of experience in leading business and technology transformations by designing and delivering large-scale digital marketing platforms. Once again, a huge, huge round of applause for Paritosh. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Over to you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I think it was a great, insightful session just before this by all the esteemed panelists. So it was great to hear everybody about how first-party data is important, how Web 3.0 is kind of coming in and changing that. So I think this session is going to be more about how a technologist views the overall marketing landscape, what's the marketing technologies landscape looking like and how it's changing, and how first-party data will have a huge role to play in that. So I think just to put things into perspective here, right? This is the world which we live in today, where essentially the targeting capabilities are getting so invasive that essentially it's becoming very, very difficult to start browsing and start looking at your digital presence. So just a quick one, introduction. I think what already has been said. I'm Parito's successive. I am the Chief Technology Officer at Successive. I typically lead the consulting and engineering division at Successive Technology. My work essentially is at the intersection of content, commerce, and data, and where I have been consulting clients with North America, Europe, and the Middle East, right? And I generally consult them in terms of providing advisory capabilities, providing architectures and engineering capabilities. So just to put the things into perspective with respect to agenda, we'll start looking at, I think, the macro trends which are impacting the world of data. We'll start looking at how first-party data, what are the benefits basically provided by first-party data strategy, and then what as a CTO or as a C-level, how you can start looking at the various steps which needs to be inculcated in your first-party data strategy. So I think just to start off, if you look at the world today, right, essentially what's happening from a macro level, right? Overall, COVID-19 is still not over, right? Inflation is at an all-time high. And if you look at the stock market, it is on a downturn, right? So we as a consumer, if you see what actually we need right now is just an insurance policy, right? But jokes apart, I think if you look at any consumer today, the consumer has to go through different channels. It's a hybrid world. They have to go through both online and offline view, and what they expect is basically the experience should be definitely very well connected. Now for brands basically to start providing a much more connected experience, they have to start collecting data from all the channels where the customers are actually interacting with the brands. And why is that? Because they want to get a full 360-degree customer view. They want to understand what the customer is actually looking for, analyze their pattern, analyze their psychology as well, right? Now, I think one of the panelists also talked about, I think, intent and context, right? So the understanding your customer's context is becoming increasingly important. So as a C-level or as a head of marketing or a chief technology officer, you need to start understanding the context as well. What technology systems you need to start putting in place. But before that, I think I would want to show you, I think, a picture here, right? So if you look at this picture, I think what will you see from a context perspective? You'll start looking at it and probably you'll feel, okay, this is a great yoga pose and a great headstand probably getting shown, right? But if I give you the full context, right, and this is where the context starts becoming very, very important, right? If you look at the full frame, that's where you start realizing, I think, there is huge value in terms of understanding the full context, right? With the partial data itself, you never get the full picture of your customer. Now, I think we started talking about moving towards a cookieless world, right? So this kind of puts things in perspective that given the regulations and the privacy concerns which have been increasing, right? And since 2018, all of these regulations started coming in with GDPR. As a technologist, you obviously need to be aware of all of these regulations and start designing systems accordingly, right? After GDPR, obviously, Apple started came up with their own initiative of ITP, which is Intelligent Tracking Prevention. And then the final layer in the coffin, I would say, was where Google actually started announcing that they are retiring the third-party cookies finally, although that date has extended. But as marketers, as technologists, obviously, we'll need to start chasing that deadline as well and start getting ready. Now, given all of these backdrop, right, and as I would say, I think everything starts with an experience and ends with an experience, right? And we as a group, I think we are doing this day in and day out, and we understand that to the core, right? Customers, even though they are sharing less and less data with all of us, with your brands, basically, but eventually the expectation of customer experience is still at the highest level, right? Customers still will, even though they will share less data, they will continue to expect the best in class experience, and they will compare your brand to the best in class experience they have ever had, right? So that's basically the takeaway here. Now, to set some context in terms of the first party, second party and third party data. So from a third party data perspective, obviously that's kind of going away, and which is where the focus is now, should be back on first party data. But if some of the audience might feel, okay, so what are the all types of first party data, right? So essentially first party data becomes all the types of data which you're collecting from your brand channels, right? It could be websites, mobile apps, your customer support applications, your social channels, right, which you have your Facebook and Instagram. So all the data which you're collecting from all of these places becomes your first party data. It also includes basically any feedback which you are collecting from your customers, or basically you are maybe doing some surveys and collecting all of that data. So just to understand, I think from a CTO perspective, why the focus is very, very much important, right? So people would say, obviously third party data is going away, what should we do now, right? But if you look at how the first party data itself is so valuable that it has not been completely used till now. And why I would call it, I think the biggest benefit there would be in terms of the reliability of the data itself. Given your customers themselves are registering on your website, they are providing that data, you have much more control over that data, which is where it is extremely reliable. Second thing is the other biggest benefit is obviously it is low cost. Given you would be anyway setting up your first party data channels, your websites, your apps, the support systems needed to capture first party data obviously is or will already be there in the budget. So you don't need to purchase additional data. Hence it is quite low cost in that sense. Then from a privacy perspective as well, there will be there are minimal privacy concerns because customers are consensually giving you all the data themselves. And last but not the least is what I would call it's more like a value driven data exchange model is what this follows, which essentially means that it's basically a win-win situation both for customers and the brand itself. From a customer's perspective, they are sharing the data with your brand, and the brand has to deliver a engaging content and also much more personalized content. And from a brand perspective, given they are giving a much more engaging content and personalized content to the user, they now have the rights to use that data. They basically own the data. When I say they, it's basically the brands, the marketers, they have more control over the data itself. Now, just to quote, I think, which signifies in terms of the overall research which analysts have been doing, if you look at McKinsey's of the world, they have clearly given out a very clear-cut mandate, right? That in terms of companies who are actually not focusing on first-party data should be prepared to spend at least 10 to 20% more in their sales and marketing budgets. Similarly, if you look at the overall ROI, 81% of marketers in North America actually got a very strong ROI once they started focusing on first-party data. So now I'll talk a little bit about, I think, the steps needed to build the first-party data strategy, right? So I'll try and cover, I think, things which I think this group might already know, but give some bit of broad strokes in terms of how technology would kind of enable certain things as well. So I think the first thing which definitely needs to get focused is alignment on goals, right? So if you are a chief technology officer of an organization, or you are probably joining a new one, you're coming up with your own strategy, you definitely will need to start with the goals of the business, right? So align with your market heads, aligns with your CMOs as well in terms of what are the overall goals which needs to get achieved. Now it could be anything from in terms of should we focus on our omni-channel strategy, or should we start focusing on maybe retargeting the existing customers who are not getting converted or getting out of your conversion cycles. Basically try and understand, I think, what are the use cases, and then start budgeting for the overall technology platform. The second one is essentially understanding and defining the customer life cycle itself. right? So if you look at why this will be important, because unless you start understanding the customer life cycle, you won't be able to understand where are your various touch points. So when I call touch points could be your experience layer, which you need to build in terms of websites, mobile apps, your CRMs, customer support center, portals. So all of those need to in place, and if they are not in place, you as a CTO will need to build that experience tech layer. Similarly, to actually deliver the right message to the right customer at the right time, you will obviously need a backend platform to support that, which essentially means you need to define your audiences, you need to define your segments, basically in some of the few systems which are there, right? To support all of this, obviously, you would need a content management platform in the backend. So that's basically from a technology perspective. If you are already not familiar with that, definitely has to be there, which can serve as a content hub, and then that can roll out a centralized piece of content across all of your touch points. Similarly, to manage the audience and segments, you will definitely need either an audience management system or the data management platform as they typically use in an enterprise world. So I'll not go into the details, I think, in some of these sessions, in some of these technologies, but we can do that discussion offline if you want. The third step, I think, becomes to understanding, I think, the overall data types and start collecting your first party data. So this essentially means that what you have to first start identifying what are your data sources, which you need to identify first. So for example, let's say if you are a retail customer, so your first party data sources could be point of sale transaction, right? Your offline store, your websites, your mobile apps, your PWA apps. So all of these start becoming your initial sources for data. But I think other thing which I would like to add here is just collecting the data might also not be enough from a first party data perspective. What you need to start also looking at is the derived data as well. So maybe if you can talk through with an example. So let's say if as a CTO or a CMO, you're looking at your transactional data and you're seeing various amounts. So to enrich that data as well, you need to start looking at some different metrics as well, which you should collate. So things like lifetime customer value, when was the last purchase done, when was the last product usage was done, right? So once you put that context with the first party data, it becomes truly enriched and you can start collecting that. So now to support, I think, this layer specifically to capture the behavior data, to capture the transaction data, you need to put in different systems in the background. So if you're already not putting in an analytics engine, if you're not putting in probably a CRM as well to capture the leads which you are having on your website, or you need to have basically a distributed database management system for keeping those transactions and probably also capturing the identity while the users are registering. So you need an identity and access management system in the background. Now the fourth step is more towards identifying the investments. So from a technology perspective, while you're collecting all of that data, who actually looks at stitching all of that data together, right? Because eventually you would need to see some reporting towards the end and start towards measurement. So essentially all your online and all your offline data then needs to get collated within your system as well, so that you can start reporting on that data. So all that data comes into probably your data lake, and then from data lake it goes into your data warehouse where you can start doing reporting on top of it. And similarly, many B2C brands obviously would like to build a single customer view, right? And how do you do that is you bring all of that data again into a customer data platform, which again becomes a supporting technology and is like the key to actually really start your learning layer, and then you can start activating using that platform. So that's more from a technology perspective, but I think from my experience, I think what I have also seen is you need to focus a lot on building your people layer as well, right? So people and process becomes the next things to focus on, but essentially to build in-house capabilities, I think will be very much important for any organization who is very customer obsessed or customer focused. So from a people perspective, you need to figure out from your team if you need to have maybe a chief data officer, or specifically if you're looking at from a team perspective, data engineering who can actually massage all of this data, and if you are working through with AI ML, maybe data scientist as well. So from a people perspective, as a CTO, you obviously will have to build all of this structure. The fifth point is more towards governance and privacy, and this is the one I think which gets neglected a lot, because this would require a lot of engineering maturity and systems knowledge as well. So once you, given all of the talk about, I think, privacy and data governance, one of the low-hanging fruit could be, I think, as a CTO, where you can get it applied to your brand, is adding consent forms to your experience layer, which essentially means that you have to have some of those forms where customers can come in, they can provide their consent. You can actually be much more transparent to your customers in terms of how you are going to use their data, what type of data you're collecting, and then how you're going to provide value after you have collected that data. So that will really establish trust with your end customers. Second thing is, like, once you have collected that data, it goes into your backend platforms, how you can probably govern that data. So essentially, some of the few things which you can start doing is the data which you are collecting, you have to start labeling that data. So when I say label, I think labeling becomes if you're capturing some PII information, if you're capturing some sensitive information, all of those gets labeled differently. Then the third portion becomes if there are some contracts which you have to establish. So you can use contractual labels. So when you have, basically you are tagging your data with all of these labels. So why you're tagging them is because of the next step, where you can start looking at making some policies around that data. Because all of that data, if it's in central location, then it's get activated on different channels. So now the policies can be applied on top of it, which means, let's say this data A cannot be shared with a third party B. So you can apply that policy, and then using the backend systems, you can actually enforce the compliance on those policies. Now you all might be thinking that, you know what, this sounds like a little bit complicated in terms of how you are going to manage all of the data lifecycle, which is true, which is where I think you have to start leveraging some of the products, proprietary products, which actually provide you the complete data management and data governance. So one of the example systems could be a customer data platform. If you go with there are a lot of customer data platforms in terms of enterprise. To name a few, I think it could be Adobe's or Salesforce of the world, which are actually giving you a good sense of how to manage the overall data governance and privacy. Last but not the least, I think we come to the measurement portion. So essentially, once you have done this whole work, the overall measurement also needs to be there, which is where you need to, if the KPIs are not there, then you have to establish those KPIs. To take a few examples, I think from a KPIs perspective, it could be like average order value, monthly active users, your churn rate or retention rate. So as a business, obviously, there is a lot of demand in terms of looking at how these values are changing while you are working through this overall life cycle, right? Which is where you need to start looking at some of the reporting tools which can enable the business to actually start reporting and measuring actually the overall data life cycle. So the usual suspects here are obviously the Power BI and the Tableaus of the world, right? But there are other cloud platforms in terms of CSense as well, which actually help you measure your business metrics as well. So a quick one, I tried to come up with a landscape, or the marketing technology landscape is essentially very, very complex. But just to put it in perspective, obviously, if you start from the top, there is your layers of media, owned and loyalty channels. And then below that, there is advertisement tech, web, mobile and app. And then on the right, you see your notification layer, which is basically your relationship management through SMS and email. And underneath that, obviously, you will need systems to actually support the marketing technology stack, which essentially becomes your content management layer, which I was talking about, which becomes a content hub, and it can serve all your marketing needs. Similarly, if you go further below, you need to have like a audience layer where you're managing your first, second, third party data and your audiences as well. And then below that, supporting the main foundation layer where all of your data lives becomes your customer data platform, which I was talking about. And below that, if you already don't have your first party data, or you already have first party data, you can enrich that using data collaboration with other third party partners to enrich that data. So I think 5 key takeaways from this session, right? So you start off by defining your goals and use cases. Then you have to define your audiences and data points for collection. Then you have to invest not only in technology, but start looking at, I think, people and processes as well. Then once you have collected that data, you have to apply data governance and privacy controls on top of it, and then finally you have to continue to measure, define, establish the KPIs, and then start measuring on it. So this is where, these are the steps to start going towards your first party data strategy. So I'll leave everyone, I think, with a thought that companies, I think, who are actually looking to go with first party data strategy, I think they have to start investing in the right people, process and technology. And if they do that, obviously they'll be able to develop a long-term competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Audio? Check. Audio? Check. All right. So thank you so much for sharing all the wonderful and valuable insights that you have. Meanwhile, I would once again request Geetika Kaushal to please come on stage to felicitate our esteemed guest. Please put your hands together for Geetika ji. Huge round of applause. Can we please have our certificate? Check. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. With this, now I would also request another esteemed guest to be present with us on stage. A huge round of applause for our next category award and of course the winner, very special guest, Leadership League, and the award for top professional veteran goes to Kaustav Mukherjee, VP Global Marketing, Maison d'Orion. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, for Kaustav Mukherjee? ताली जोर से बजा दो यार. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Congratulations once again for the award, and thank you so much, Geetika, for sparing your time to present the award. Well, these were few awards for now, but जैसे कि कहते हैं ना कि picture अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. So there are a lot of surprises that is awaited. There are a lot of things that is planned for you guys. There are also a lot of gifts and of course a lot of contests that you guys can be a part of. And of course, all those people who are watching this virtually, I hope that you guys are enjoying and you guys are learning, and there's a lot of value addition happening at your end as well. Unfortunately, due to COVID and due to multiple reasons, a lot of people couldn't be here with us. So let's pray for them together for their good health, and I really hope speedy recoveries for all of you. And yes, well, that's all for now. We'll move ahead with another category of award, and of course we have some special guests coming and joining us in few moments. But क्योंकि मुझे दिख रहा है, I'm sure बहुत लोगों को भूख लग रही है. A lot of people want to munch something. I think you are, right? Yes, I could see the smile. खाने की बात करते ही बहुत लोगों के चेहरे पे smile आ जाती है. I can see a lot of people already smiling. So yes, it's time for the lunch break now. We'll meet after 30 to 40 minutes. Let's come back, and of course let's come back for rest of the contests and rest of the awards. And all those people who have already won, congratulations. All those people who are waiting for their awards, all the best of luck. Lunch is being served outside. Let's meet back after 30 minutes. Until then, enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. check. Mic. ये किसका है? ये ले लो. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to continue with our beautiful, beautiful day set out for all you beautiful people. Once again, all those who have just joined in, hello and welcome to this beautiful InTech Awards 2022. All those people who have just joined in, we have had a wonderful session before lunch. We have had number of awardees, we have had beautiful panel sessions, and of course, lots and lots of new value addition with regards to subjects of digital space, future proofing, and so much more. Well, as I promised, there's so much more that's ahead, which is planned for all you guys. There's so many activities, so many games, and of course, there is so much to talk about. So, well, I am pretty excited, but before that, you know, there are so many people who are waiting for their ceremonies and their awards. So let's quickly move to that and let's present our next segment of award. Are you guys ready? अच्छे से सबने खा लिया, सबका पेट भरा हुआ है? Yes or no by the show of hands? Yes or no? नहीं, पेट नहीं भरा? Set है? People on my right? Are we ready? Yes? I hope you ate well. Yes? तो अभी शुरुआत करने के लिए I just want you all to pump up a bit. थोड़ा सा pump up हो जाओ so that we can begin with the ceremony. I just want to see कि सबकी नींद खुल गई है. खाना खाने के बाद usually थोड़ी ज़्यादा नींद आ जाती है ना. So let's just see कि सबकी नींद खुल गई है, सब मौजूद हैं, सब present हैं. एक बार अपना left hand ऊपर करके मुझे बता दो. Yes, we are present. Left hand up in the air. Ma'am, I can see you. हाँ नहीं, नीचे करने को तो बोला ही नहीं. नहीं हो मतलब नहीं उठे. सर कोई बात नहीं, फोन रख दो 2 मिनट, कोई बात नहीं. हाँ इधर भी एवरीबडी. लेफ्ट हैंड अप इन द एयर. लेफ्ट हैंड. यस सर. हैंडसम सर इन ब्लू टी शर्ट. लेफ्ट हैंड अप इन द एयर. एब्सोल्युटली. ऑल राइट. हुज सर? आई कैन सी यू. यस. नाउ राइट हैंड अप इन द एयर. राइट हैंड. एब्सोल्युटली. लेफ्ट. लेफ्ट. सर इन येलो शर्ट. हैंडसम सर. लेफ्ट हो गया वापस. आप सो रहे हैं इसका मतलब. आपको जगाना पड़ेगा. लेफ्ट हैंड अप इन द एयर. लेफ्ट लेफ्ट लेफ्ट. अच्छा आधों को कंफ्यूजन है लेफ्ट और राइट की. लेफ्ट माने बायां हाथ ऊपर करे. लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट. सर वाह, बस इतना ही? नहीं सर, नहीं नहीं. लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट. बोथ हैंड्स अप इन द एयर. बोथ हैंड्स. क्लैप क्लैप क्लैप. Clap, 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 clap. एक बार फिर से दोनों हाथ ऊपर. अभी तक आवाज नहीं आई. इरोस होटल वालों को पता चलना चाहिए that the entire big family is under one roof today. Both hands up in the air. Come on. Clap, 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 clap. Yes. Now I can feel some turbulence here in the energy, and now it's time to begin with a bang again. And for that, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Yogin Vora, Associate Director, Digital Marketing, Z5 Global. Huge round of applause for Yogin Vora. Hi sir, welcome on board. It's a pleasure to have you here. So now I would request Yogin ji to present our next set of awards, and let's begin with our next awards. For that, now the first category that we are going to present is for digital marketing, and the award is for the best innovation creativity in a mobile campaign. Well, the award for this goes to LG Refrigerators, Color Detection for LG Electronics by M Canvas and PhD Media. Congratulations to the entire team of LG. जोर से बजा दो यार ताली, come on. Congratulations to the entire team. Well done. Superb. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks a lot. All right. Next up is the category of content marketing, branded content. And of course, this is a special mention. And the award goes to Hrs and Casio Tone present Right Person, Wrong Time, Valentine's Special. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, thank you. All right, next up in the category of content marketing, our next award is once again shared by joint winners. The award is for best content in a video marketing campaign, and the award goes to Edelweiss Mutual Fund. Huge round of applause. Welcome. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, the next winner in the same category for best content in video marketing campaign is once again Skoda Kushak AR filter campaign. Congratulations to the entire team of Skoda. तालियां सुनाई नहीं दे रही हैं, guys. Huge round of applause, come on. And PhD team, of course. To the entire PhD team. Thank you guys, thank you. Next award is for best content in ETL marketing campaign. And the award goes to Sirona #WomenTruth by Bang in the Middle. Congratulations to the entire team of Bang in the Middle. Thank you so much. And of course, from Bang in the Middle, we have Abhay Veer, Executive Creative Director, and he has a message for all of us. So let's see and let's hear what he has to say.
Are very taboo subjects, but the brand wanted to talk about it openly and boldly. That is why we created this campaign where for the first time we showed blood as red and not blue. We also developed a visual identity and the language, and that is how we were able to get to women and talk to them about the subjects that are very intimate. That is why the campaign was a success.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so the next award is for the category function specific. And the award is for best technology tool for enterprise risk management. And the award goes to CC Avenue Infibeam Avenues Limited. Congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause for CC Avenue? Thank you so much. Well, next up we have a sector-specific category, and the first award in this category is for Best Implementation of Technology by a Healthcare, Medical Sector Enterprise, And the award goes to ICICI Lombard GIC Limited. I'll take care face scan. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Next award is for implementation of technology by a healthcare sector enterprise. Special mention, and the award goes to Medanta. Congratulations, Team Medanta. Next up, we have Best Implementation of Technology by a Consumer Products Sector Enterprise, and the award goes to Havels. Huge round of applause for the entire team of Havels. Alright, the next award is for Best Implementation of Technology by a Financial Sector Enterprise, and of course the award once again goes to ICICI Lombard GIC Limited RIA Chatbot. Congratulations once again, sir. Well done. Amazing. क्या बात है, superb. Well done, sir. 2 awards in your kitty. Well done. All right. The next category is Apex, and the award in this category is for Technology Enterprise of the Year, and the award goes to Dell. A huge round of applause for Dell. Next in this category is Engineering Partner of the Year, and the award goes to Onward Technologies. And of course, we have Pratish Mehta, Executive Vice President from Onward Technologies, who couldn't join us today, but he has a message for all of us. So please, can we have the message?
Thank you, Intech and its esteemed jury for this recognition. I'm happy to receive this award on behalf of the company. This recognition is a testament to Onward Tech's growth over the last 2 years and its investment in terms of talent, state-of-art delivery centers, and competency building in focus areas. We're also thankful to our customers for recognizing and appreciating the work done by our teams. Over the last 2 years, Onward Tech has hired 500 engineers globally, and we have exciting plans for the future. We are committed to building a resilient organization where we put customers and stakeholders at the center of everything we do. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. I would request Team Onward Technologies to please come and collect the award. Welcome, sir. Huge round of applause once again for the team Onwards Technologies. Thank you so much. Next up, we have the award for AR/VR Application of the Year, and the award goes to Tata Click uses AR filter for its beauty products. A huge round of applause for Tata Click. All right. So let's move on to our next category, sector-specific awards. And the first award in this category is Best ATL Campaign for a Cause. And the award goes to Saaf Safai Zaruri Hai Bhai, News 18, Bihar, Jharkhand. Huge round of applause for the entire team of News 18. Next, we have award for the Best ATL Campaign by a Financial Service Enterprise, and the award goes to DIY Disasters of Investing by MOFSL. So a huge round of applause once again for MOFSL. Next award is for Best ATL Campaign by an Entertainment Enterprise, and the award goes to, I think, one of the most loved shows, Bhabhi Ji Ghar Par Hai by Ant TV. Next up, we have Best ATL Campaign by an Automobile Enterprise, and the award goes to Hyundai. Be the better guy. Once again, let's give it up for Team Hyundai. A lot of these people are unfortunately not here in person but have joined us virtually. So if you are listening to us, congratulations. Well done. Thank you for joining us today. The next award is for BTL Campaign for a Financial Service Enterprise Special Mention, and the award goes to How ICICI Proved Life Reduced Organic Costs per Lead by 7x. So huge round of applause for ICICI Proved Life. And from ICICI Prudential Life Insurance, we have a message from Chandan Batsian, Vice President Organization. Let's hear what he has to
Hello
say.
everyone. This really means a lot to us. And this could not have been possible without the superlative efforts and the collaborative efforts that both Infidigit and ICICI Prudential made. I wish the team many more such awards. Congratulations and all the very best for the future. Thanks. Keep doing great.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And with this, I would like to thank Yogin Voraji. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for taking out your time and contributing and, of course, distributing these awards. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. Huge round of applause for Yogin Voraji, please. Thank you. And with this, now it's time to move ahead towards our next session and our next speaker. Now it's time to talk about reimagining content consumption with gamification. I think something which is again, of this time and age, and something that we need to talk about. How to create hyper-personalized engagement with customers through edgy and innovative marketing strategy, just like gamification. How to apply in-game advertising strategies to the metaverse. I think metaverse is the next big thing. So how to integrate this in this current time and age. And to talk about all of this, we have Bharat Vaidyanath, Director Marketing, Swiggy, having an enriching experience across 4 companies, Swiggy, Coca-Cola India, Asian Paints Limited, Murugappa Group, and so much more. He has handled a diverse set of roles across geographies and, of course, across different functions. And currently, he is heading the marketing department of Swiggy, the Director for Marketing and Regional Private Brand Marketing for Swiggy. So none other than Bharat Vaidyanath. Again, he couldn't join us in person, but he is here virtually. So
hello,
hi Bharat, I hope you can hear us.
My name is Bharat. I work with Swiggy. It's great to join you folks virtually today on this great topic of reimagining content consumption with gamification. Jumping straight into it, marketing's biggest challenge has always been to stay relevant, be as engaging as possible, and ultimately get all the attention of its consumer to fulfill marketing's objectives, almost always selling more to more people in that sense. There's one industry that has really mastered this art of keeping people engaged, getting them to stay relevant, or rather be this really addictive tool, and that's the gaming industry. So it's obvious that marketing borrows and continues to borrow heavily from the gaming industry, and there's an immense amount of learning that the gaming industry throws at us when it comes to this particular aspect of the objective of marketing, which is to get people engaged, to get them to be relevant, and ultimately get them to achieve what you want to achieve. Gaming and what makes games this really powerful, successful machine is something that's the most interesting aspect, at least for me, to explore and learn and hopefully apply in the marketing work that we do as well. All of us have played games all through our lives, be it a game of life or Scrabble that we play, where we bring out our competitive best. We rejoice to the fact that we go through hurdles and there's a little reward at the end. And these are games that we played for hours and hours with folks. We've graduated to games like Mario, games like Snakes and Ladders on the mobile phone, etc. That constantly throw hurdles at you, and only for you to reach a destination that sometimes, more often than not, takes you to another bunch of hurdles that you overcome with a little reward here and there in terms of coins, in terms of other benefits, so that you jump in and then you basically are in this loop of overcoming hurdles, getting a reward, winning some, competing with your friends, and then this loop pretty much goes on. So for a marketer, this is a great space to be. You want your consumers to always be with you. You want your consumers to always be addicted. You don't want to make it too easy for your consumers. You want them to also pay or interact with you, and then you want to give them a little reward as well. But ultimately, keeping you engaged throughout with whether it's your product or service is very important, and that's what games have really done very well for us. We played other games like most recently the Dream 11 games or Ludo or etc. that involve a little bit of strategy, a little bit of chance, and there's a thrill in that as well for consumers. So this is the model that games have been able to establish that's made them so successful. If I were to summarize the top 4 aspects of games that make them such a thriving machine today, is perhaps one, of course, the engagement level. Engagement level brought in through hurdles that they've created. All the examples hold true to that. You're engaged because there are hurdles that you feel you can overcome. All of us love challenges. All of us absolutely adore challenges that we feel we can definitely overcome as well. So games do this very well. So engagement is core to games. The second aspect that really works for them is loyalty. The more time that you spend on a game, the more invested you are. The more invested you are in the game, in this particular game, that you wouldn't go to any other game. We can hardly, and this is what niches or monopolies have done in games per se. We can't think of another board game that is similar to Life or Monopoly. We can't think of another board game that's similar to Mario. They've used loyalty in such a good way that they've created absolute market share in their particular segments. The third aspect is rewards. All these games give you rewards. Most often than not, the rewards are not something that are life-changing or great in monetary value, but they are engaging enough. They are attractive enough for you to spend hours and hours in the game just to reach a reward. A reward might be a virtual coin, for crying out loud, but games have managed to do that with you. By just giving you virtual coins, they've gotten you to be engaged on the game for hours and hours every single day through your life. So rewards are important, and the way you present your rewards is absolutely key to what you do. And finally, the perhaps the secret sauce that the games have is personalization, or hyper-personalization as you call it today. The games allow you to be your avatar. It allows you to be someone else that you perhaps always wanted to be. It allows you to be James Bond in the virtual world. It allows you to go out there and be Super Mario another day. But it still gives you the control to customize, to alter behavior, to kind of steer your character or your identity in a manner that you want to. It allows you that it defines it for you. In a lot of cases, they're not the game controls most of it, but you get the feeling that you're in charge and it's your decisions that are really shaping your time in the game. So this is a very deep aspect of gaming that has been that games have tried to unlock, and that makes it a phenomenally successful model. So when you look at these four aspects of engagement through hurdles, loyalty, rewards, and hyper-personalization, it's a no-brainer that marketeers want to be want their products and services to be the games of the world. So marketers today are aggressively copying. They've always copied and borrowed from games to really study this medium to see how well we can bring that to our products and services to achieve the same amount of goals and or the level of devotion or addiction from consumers. In that regard, we're seeing some phenomenal examples today, and thanks to the advancements in not just internet and mobiles, but in AI and the way products are being built today, it's blowing people's minds in terms of the extent to which one can go to hyper personalize or hold on to consumer engagements. Some great examples that we've seen. I think India's own example is from Cadbury's when they had done the Diwali campaign with Shah Rukh Khan. They went out there and they used AI to allow any retail store to create custom videos or a custom ad that has Shah Rukh Khan calling out the name of the store, what the store does, and a message from Cadbury's as well. It's a phenomenal work of innovation that has done great wonders for the brand as well. Recently, we saw how Domino's partnered with the series Stranger Things to use AI-based motion sensing to order pizza for them. It's a great occasion builder, and they've been very successful to do it. Politicians are one of the best marketeers today, and Mr. Kejriwal's AAP party used hyper-personalization in Punjab to cater to a wide range of audiences. Today, just calling out your name or calling out where you are is not personal enough because that data is so readily available. Almost every product and consumer knows, and all of us as we speak would have emails and messages flowing into their devices calling out, hi Bharat, I know you're in Bombay, please do try our new service of blah blah blah. So it's bombarding everyone today, and there's no escaping that. So hyper personalization, high levels of engagement exist today, but how do marketers make this clutter breaking? How can we reimagine content today to ensure that we constantly have that edge to go out there and make that difference? That is where the reason to win for the brand or the service really comes into play. Domino's, when Domino's partnered with Stranger Things, AI existed, motion sensing ordering existed, but the reason to win for Domino's exists because Stranger Things is on Netflix. People enjoy it at home by ordering pizza into their homes, and that becomes the occasion that they are targeting. There is, at its core, it's occasion-based marketing that uses the tool of AI gamification to achieve its means. So the reason to win for Domino's is very high in this segment, and hence they made it possible. When Cadbury's did the ad, retail stores is a very important source of sale for them, and hence they had a reason to win when they went out there and spoke to retailers at large. We've had companies like Coca-Cola use the face of their bottle, the labels on their bottle, to unlock gaming experiences. A simple QR code unlocks you to perhaps a cricket game, and then you play the game, and then the more you play the game, you get more rewards, benefits, etc. And then it leads you to pages where you can even order more Coke. They have the reason to win there because the face of the bottle is what we see. That's the most distributed SKU for them, and that's their biggest canvas for marketing. Now, when you unlock a real estate as powerful as the face of a bottle to take you to a virtual world where more engagement can be created, it's a phenomenal idea. So that is what companies today are able to do, and the only word of caution in all of this is to not force fit yourself. Let hyper-personalization and engagement be the first. As a brand, you shouldn't be in your boardrooms thinking that, no, I need to do something on hyper-personalization, I need to do something on high engagement, I need to do something on loyalty. You'll have to look at your brand's objective. Your brand's objective is to get to a certain place. A brand's objective is to recruit consumers from a certain cohort. In order to do that, you got to evaluate how you can use hyper-personalization to get there. That's going to be the key, because consumers today, as we all know, are pretty exposed to personalization anyway. So anything that is subpar, anything that's just calling out their name, is taking them through a lame engagement game, will not cut it, and rather it might cause dissonance to it. So I think we are in a great space in terms of unlocking this potential of gamification into our marketing lives. We have the power of content and data and information today that we can unlock and really take this segment to a whole new level, and that's what makes it very interesting today for both as marketeers as well as consumers in this particular field. Which brings me to the second part of the section, which is specifically on gamification and the metaverse. No doubt metaverse is the buzzword today. Every other company is figuring out ways to understand it entirely and get into it and really have a skin in the game in this. Very few brands have been able to go out there and really make a mark in this space. But one thing is very certain, that by the sheer number of people who've focused their attention towards this, it is definitely the place to be. Gaming as an industry itself is, in India alone, gaming is a 300 million plus user industry, growing at over 30%. Most of India today is on the mobile gaming platform. The range of games extend from hardcore games like PUBG Mobile or Battleground India to Ludo to Dream 11 of the world. Extremely high levels of engagement and average time spent on games, which makes it as a great platform for us to really go out there and market. 300 million is a massive number for anyone to go out and to get one cohort of people worth 300 million is a massive opportunity. Core gaming itself as an industry globally is massive. It's touted to be bigger than major sport sections like NBA, NHL, etc. So the opportunity is definitely there. Recently, Star Sports is going to dedicate their primetime slots to host Battleground Mobile India games in their platform, and the viewership for that is also expected to be really, really high. Gaming influencers, streamers, etc. are celebrities in their right. These are people with at least 4 to 5 million followers very easily. There are dozens of them with these numbers, with an absolutely fanatical fan following that is out there. The reason why games are addictive is something that I covered at the start of this session. How can we as marketeers go out there and unlock this space is what makes it interesting. The best way to look at this beast of gaming and the metaverse is to just look at it like a sport today. Imagine esports or gaming to be a sport like cricket. Just like the way for a brand to really go out there and be a partner with let's say an IPL today, they'd go out and spend 100 crores at least. While the size is slightly smaller than this, there is a big pie available in this space as well. With regard to partnership options, you have one is you have a bunch of things that gamers do to personalize themselves. There is skins that you can buy in the games. You can buy weapons or clothes, etc., that you can co-brand or product place through the game. In the game, there are several canvases that you can go out and activate. For example, a Battleground India mobile game would have through the streets that the contenders compete. There are hoardings, there are cars, there are screens that can be co-branded. There are Aston bands, there are sections through the game that you can go out there and brand for yourself. And there are actual live esporting events that you can sponsor. You can sponsor teams, you can sponsor gadgets for the teams, you can sponsor stadium branding, you name it, it's available. The other aspect is NFTs and using that in the metaverse. Today you have concerts that go out there and concerts that are hosted in the metaverse. There are products that are created and launched exclusively in the metaverse. Like we saw the Tesla vehicle getting launched in game. We saw great A-listers having concerts and selling tickets exclusively in the metaverse. It's an experience that you can build. You can build exclusivity greatly. If you're a brand that's all about being exclusive and giving exclusive experiences to consumers, then the metaverse is a place you should be there. If you're a brand who's into loyalty-based collectibles, then an NFT of your product or an NFT of what you've done should be there. All of this is out there. While some of them are just to create attention, a lot of them would turn out to be exclusive tools that you can use to build consumer loyalty. The loyalty base of gamers, the loyalty base of people who believe in the metaverse is very, very strong, and that is where marketers should go out there and tap into. Again, an extremely exciting space. It's a fast evolving space that which blow our mind every single day as we read more on it. US brands, it's right now it's just good enough to be informed and be exposed to all of this. And the moment you feel your brand has a reason to win in these spaces, one has to jump in and take that bait. And that's what as a consumer and a marketeer I would constantly be waiting there to see. Right? Thank you for this opportunity and good luck everyone. Stay safe.
Check. All right. Thank you. Well, this was lovely and very, very insightful. Thank you so much. I hope that all of you learned a bit or two and had a value addition to your system and, of course, to your knowledge quotient. Well, with this, let's move ahead. towards our next special speaker for the day, and we have a special address lined up for all you people. Next up, we have Gaurav Gupta, Head of Brand Solution, mCube. Can we have a huge, huge round of applause for Gaurav Gupta? Meanwhile, let me brief you a little about him. Gaurav Gupta is going to talk about achieving real-time customer engagement at scale, how you can really leverage the power of communities, diversify content to fuel customer engagement and increase its reach, and track your progress and measure results with AI and, of course, analytics. So once again, put your hands together for Gaurav Gupta. Welcome, sir. Pleasure to have you here. Over to you. Do you need this mic?
Yeah, I'll do this.
Okay.
Do you have a slide mover?
Yes. Can you have a slide mover? Sure. Can we please have the slide remote?
I'll just take a second.
No problem, no problem. So meanwhile, let's gear up for our next session. And of course, all those who have joined in, once again, thank you so much. And for all those, it's a reminder who are watching us virtually, 24 Frames Digital, we are being webcasted by them. The entire fest is being webcasted. So thank you so much. And also another reminder for all those who have joined in a bit late, Amazon 5,000 rupee voucher is still on, guys. All you need to do is just use your pictures, upload them, use the hashtag #CreateToImpact, and of course, in Tech Mar Fest. That's all you need to do, and of course, let's see who the lucky winners are. With this, I hope you're ready. Over to you. You have to do long press for the next slide, and this is for back.
And the individual animations? All right. Great. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Let's wait for the slides to come up. In the meanwhile, as mentioned, I'm Gaurav. I lead the My Money everyday influencer platform at mCube. So mCube happens to be an agency with 12 years legacy, and it also happens to be an agency which has always been slightly ahead of the curve. So way back in 2012 when mCube came about, 2011 or 12, the first thing that it did was it built a kids activities marketplace. So much before what you see in the new version of EdTech, kids activities marketplace came up, which was known as My City for Kids then. Subsequently, building on the entire network and the data that it was able to capture through this kids marketplace, My City for Kids subsequently evolved into mCube, which became India's largest mothers platform, right? With over 5 lakh content creators, mothers, and video creators being part of the platform. In its third phase now, while it continues to be an agency meant for brand solutions, specially targeted at brands which deal with moms, we have now evolved into building the next phase, which is called as My Money. And okay, I can see it here. Yeah, that's better. And My Money is essentially a micro and nano influencer platform powered by AI, which allows brands to build user-generated content on demand and at scale, right? Now, why should I be standing here and talking to you about diversifying content to fuel engagement? Part of the answer lies in the fact that I've just kind of resurfaced after a 5-year entrepreneurial stint with 2 ventures behind me. One of my ventures was in the D2C space, where we were able to build during the COVID period a sales channel using small influencers on YouTube, using micro influencers on YouTube, a regular, sustainable, commercial sales channel using user-generated content on YouTube. And that gives me some level of comfort in sharing certain insights, because obviously I've been there and to a certain extent done that. So before we begin, a question for all of you. Which enterprise does more revenue as compared to Airbnb and ELF Cosmetics put together, reaches 10 million viewers on TV, released 2 new cosmetic brands over the last 2.5 years, has Sephora's top 10 perfumes, and has a network of about 1.4 billion followers. Anybody wants to answer which enterprise is doing all of this now? Sorry? Louder if you have an answer, and obviously there are no prizes for the right answer. Nykaa? Well, it will take some time for Nykaa to reach there, but I'm sure it will from India. The answer lies here. The Kardashian enterprise, right? Between the entire Kardashian family, they have built what they have built, what you just saw. And that shows the power of content as commerce, right? And in order to reach that path of content as commerce, something that I just mentioned that we also tried in my previous entrepreneurial stint, the midpoint is content which generates engagement. How do you build engagement with content? And that essentially is something that we'll continue discussing today. But before that, let's look at how content has evolved from being a culture changer, from being a culture impactor, to becoming a billion-dollar open access enterprise, something like the Kardashian family has built. So we are all aware of how content has evolved from movie theaters, larger than life 70mm screen, to TV, subsequently moved to internet, the initial days where, if some of you are as old as I am, would remember Orkut, right? Followed by Facebook, of course, YouTube, now currently where we are, which is primarily Instagram, and in most parts of the world, TikTok. Now, how did this content move from being culture shaper to as I said, open access billion-dollar enterprises? And to understand that, we need to understand the evolution of both the content as well as the content creator, right? So let's look at a few of such content creators. We all are familiar with these faces, right? So there's Devanand, the evergreen Bollywood hero, represents truly the 70mm age. There's Oprah Winfrey, who kind of revolutionized television. There's Kylie, who has obviously, who needs no introduction, at least to this group. And then there's Carrie Minati, who I hope, again, doesn't need introduction in this room with his, 35 million plus YouTube followers. And what you see at the extreme right is Smita Jain, who happens to be a nano influencer with about 1,000 plus followers on Instagram. And she also happens to be part of the Momspresso My Money influencer platform, nano influencer platform. Now, if you look at this set of people, fundamentally what has happened is content has moved from the confines of a studio and an agency to just being you. I mean, I'm 100% sure a lot of you sitting here in this room would have Instagram channels which would have 20, 30,000 followers, definitely more if you're really good at it. And so therefore, content is no longer dependent on a superstar or on a mega star. And that then brings us to the evolution of benefits of content across this time. Now, if you take this set of content and content creators as the evolution of content, what has happened is content has moved from creation, creating a movie, creating a TV series, to curation, talk shows, recommendations, and now to user-generated content, so well represented by the likes of Carrie Minati and, Smita Jain. What has also happened is content quantity has increased. So, Dev Saab, you would have probably 1 or 2 releases in a year. Oprah Winfrey, I'm assuming, weekly shows, so therefore definitely 52 episodes in a year if she doesn't take a break. Moving to Kylie, number of tweets, whatever, Snapchat updates would have increased. Carrie Minati would be doing a couple of videos a week. And then you have somebody like a Smita Jain, nano influencer, who would be posting multiple times in a day on her Instagram feed. What has also happened is the entire movement of measurement, which we all know. You guys are digital marketers, you manage, lead, work for digital agencies. I don't need to talk about this. We have moved from a time when, box office collections was the only way to measure content, followed by TV, which now has its bar measurement system. And now we know every single click that, we click on an influencer channel. And then what has also happened is essentially reduction in resource investment. The amount of money that you would need to make a Bollywood movie, to hire superstars, megastars, obviously was a lot more than what a Carrie Minati can create, or a Smita Jain, who's a My Money influencer, can create. But that's not all. The biggest thing that has happened in this space is the movement of authenticity and trust, right? I hope you will all agree that as you move from Bollywood, Hollywood content towards nano influencers, the authenticity increases, right? The trust increases. Why would you kind of believe that authenticity increases more with a micro influencer? Would anybody want to kind of comment on that? No? All right, so fundamentally the logic remains very simple. Nano influencers, people around me, people sitting across you on the table, you trust them far more than probably you would trust a mega celebrity influencer. You follow a celebrity influencer, but do not necessarily trust a celebrity influencer, but you definitely trust a nano or a micro influencer. Then comes the entire part of relatability. Can I relate myself to this particular influencer? Can I relate myself to Shah Rukh Khan? I don't think so. Do I worship Shah Rukh Khan? Probably. Do I love Shah Rukh Khan? Probably. But can I relate to Smita Jain? Probably yes, because she's just sitting across me. Maybe, I met her sometime. Maybe she's a friend's friend. And therefore, the relatability definitely increases. Then comes the part of social proof. We all know the concept of social proof, that whenever a micro-influencer talks about a product or does an endorsement, fundamentally what he or she is bringing is social proof alongside, in the sense that if I have used it, you can also trust it, and because you see it as someone whom you trust, who has recommended this product, you also go with it. And therefore, the entire social proof piece comes into play. And finally, the piece around scalability. And I think a lot of media agencies sitting here, and I think fundamental issue with building influencer platforms, especially on the nano and micro level, is about scalability. You can get one celebrity influencer. If you have the budgets, you can get 100 celebrity influencers. You can get maybe 200 mega influencers. But beyond that, what do? You then probably go to another agency and you say, hey, I can't manage this. Can you manage this on behalf of me? And so on and so forth. So scalability is a single biggest challenge in this space once you have sorted for engagement. Which then brings me to the point that when we talk of trust and authenticity and relatability, the fundamental journey from content to commerce and the intervening piece of engagement. So content creation, better engagement will lead to more commerce. That equation depends on the fact that whenever content will cue trust, content will indicate trust, content will become commerce. You will generate revenue from that content. You will convert your sales from that content, right? There has been Edelman does a trust barometer survey every year. The 2019-2020 version talks about 63% of 18 to 34-year-old people trust what an influencer says more than what the brand itself says about it, which essentially is advertising, right? So how do you kind of cue trust? In order to cue trust and therefore begin the journey of more engagement and more conversion, you need to bring in authenticity and reliability, authenticity and relatability, I'm sorry. Now, what is authenticity and why is it so important? I mean, fundamentally, if you look at all our current platforms, you look at LinkedIn, you look at Instagram, you look at Facebook, you know, they all do not necessarily rely on authenticity. The fundamental features of Instagram, which is filters and so on, do not allow you to stay authentic. You know, you portray a certain image, and that's something that is a human emotion, and there's nothing wrong in that. It's a human motivation. But what is happening increasingly with the younger generation, especially the Gen Z, is authenticity is becoming the single biggest motivator of content creation for them. And therefore, when you create content with a sense of authenticity, you also reciprocate by receiving content with a sense of authenticity. So if you believe that this content as a viewer, as a Gen Z viewer, if this content is not authentic, you will not believe in it. And we all know that a lot of Gen Z these days are not watching ads any longer, thanks to OTT and thanks to, you know, the disappearance of appointment viewing. So how important is authenticity? Another question for you guys. How many of you are aware of an app called Be Real? Raise your hands if you are. Right? Nobody? Is it lethargy or is it just real fact that you are not aware of Be Real? Now, Be Real happens to be an app which has caught the US market by fire over the last roughly about 2 months. Yeah, look at this curve of app downloads for Be Real in the US. It has almost moved to 4 million downloads every month. Right? Now, what is Be Real? Be Real is a social app which says that it is intended for Gen Z. It allows you to do 2 things, right? It first sends you a message, one message every day at any given point in time, which is outside your sleeping hours. And it says you have 2 minutes to click your photograph, to click a selfie. And that selfie is both from the front camera of your phone as well as the back camera of your phone. And you have to post it. It does not allow you to give any filters. It does not allow you to add any hashtags, nothing. What it does, it says be authentic, be real, post once a day. Just let your friends know that you're posted and your friends get to know about it, and that too only once in a day. Look at the level of authenticity that is being built into this product, right? It is inherent to this product, and look at the scale of it getting popular as we see it right now. Obviously hasn't reached India's shores yet, but knowing all other previous trends, I think it's only about a few months from now that India will see a boom in Be Real, especially for the Gen Z and the young at heart people segment. Now, which of these content formats that we talked about earlier cues authenticity? We are talking of authenticity. So where do you think authenticity comes in more? Which part of the spectrum? Did I hear someone say towards the right? I hope so. Yeah, absolutely. The answer lies that authenticity gets built as you move closer to the nano and the micro influencers, because these are real individuals. They are endorsing your product, they are endorsing your brand, and therefore their content is being consumed by a set of people who might just be 1,000 or 2,000 in numbers in terms of followers, but they are actually believing in what you say. And this is the content which will generate significant engagement for you, right? So much so, and this is a meme that I picked up somewhere on the internet, you know, the cool Don Draper, when he faces, you know, UGC, and that essentially talks of how Madison Avenue now is reacting to UGC. It's a significant change that is happening. Yeah, more and more content, UGC content is being consumed as compared to content that is being created by the ad crafters. And obviously they do a great job, but I think fundamentally what is happening is that the pull side of content is moving more and more towards authenticity, more and more towards UGC, which then essentially means that there has to be content that is created which cues in authenticity, which therefore results in more engagement, which therefore at some point in time converts to commerce, something that a lot of us refer to as conversational commerce. Now, conversational commerce is a reality because I have experienced it. For more than a year and a half, my own venture, you know, co-founded with a team, consistently, month after month, delivered revenue through YouTube videos. And these were not YouTubers with million followers, 1 lakh followers. They were YouTubers with 20,000 followers. I'm talking about a year and a half back, 25,000 followers. So that's the scale possible when you focus on authenticity, when you focus on user-generated content, which then fundamentally brings me to the fact that UGC is essentially demonstration kind of clad in the form of entertainment, and therefore, you know, this apparative, which is demotainment. And demotainment is something that's, as a term, Facebook has been increasingly using, Meta has been increasingly using, because what Meta realizes, especially on Instagram, that whenever you look at content as demotainment, in the demotainment format, the engagement rates increase. And therefore, content needs to now diversify from studio-created content to user-generated content, which cues in your product, and therefore cues in authenticity, and therefore begins the journey of higher engagement and higher conversion, right? So what are the 3 points around building a framework to have demotainment repertoire in your content portfolio? Number 1 is lay the foundation, and we'll quickly come to that. Number 2 is co-create your story. And number 3 is amplify ideas at scale. And as I mentioned earlier, in all likelihood, as creators, content creators, and as agency members, you will find the 3rd step to be the most difficult one, which is how do you scale and amplify this kind of content. Coming to the first step, how do you lay the foundation? Fundamentally, you know, this is the space where you decide obviously the goals for the brand. You decide what kind of audience that you are targeting. You decide the personas carefully so that you ensure that all the money that is being spent is targeted to the right audience. And then comes the important part of tapping the right set of co-creators, which can include mega influencers and definitely nano and micro influencers. Now, just a second. Now, when we kind of look at steps 1 and 2, this is something which clearly falls in the space of the brand manager, right? He knows the campaign objectives far better than any of us. He or she knows about what needs to be done in terms of the personas, who's the target audience. But it is at the 3rd point, which is where you select the right set of influencers, you select the right set of micro influencers, where the brand manager will need support, where the brand manager will need expert advice. And that's where, building on this knowledge of UGC content, you can chip in and say that not just, it's not just about these celebrity influencers. Depending on your objective, especially if engagement is your objective, you need to move lower down the funnel, and you need to kind of convince your, the brand manager the fact that UGC content is a necessary and important part of your content portfolio. Moving to the 2nd step, which is co-creating your story. Fundamentally, this is step A is where most brand managers feel a little cagey about, which essentially is empowering your, your influencer or your co-creator. And I have seen instances where, brands have come back and said, hey, I do not like this UGC video. Unfortunately, the answer to that is a UGC video is a UGC video, right? You're fundamentally queuing in authenticity. You're not queuing in airbrushed looks. You're not queuing in, well-curated, well-manicured images. You're fundamentally saying, this is Smita Jain, and Smita Jain is endorsing your product. And because a lot of people believe in Smita Jain, so your product will build a sense of authenticity and trust, and subsequently engagement, and therefore conversion, right? The 2nd step is telling the story using the right device. And when I say device, it is essentially about the content format, right? And the 3rd step is obviously crafting the content for impact. And as I said, it is at A, which is empowering your creator, where you will face a lot of resistance, because fundamentally brands are so used to controlling the story, controlling the narrative, that it becomes difficult for them to let go and let the UGC take over. Right? I talked of these devices, storytelling formats. So the first format that, and this is something that I picked up from a Facebook webinar, the first format that works in the demotainment repertoire is telling the product, introducing the product as a solution to the problem that the person faces, right? That the user faces. And this essentially has the usual logic of problem leading to solution and therefore showcasing the result. The second and a very interesting one is product in real life. Can you show a day in the life of your micro-influencer or nano-influencer and integrate the product within that particular day of the influencer, how the influencer uses the product? So product in real life is the second highly engaging storytelling format that you can use for UGC content. The third is essentially product as entertainment, which fundamentally means, you know, there are a certain set of behaviors or there is a certain set of trends which are popular on Instagram or on Facebook, and you use them as long as it is relevant, of course, and you use them in your product and build product as an entertainment format. So these are the three formats which Facebook suggests to create content which engages the most. And this is something that, you know, at My Money, we tell our micro and nano influencers to focus on in terms of deciding which format do you want to use for storytelling. Finally, step 3, which I think is clearly the most difficult one to crack at this point in time, is essentially about amplifying content and at scale. So how do you do that? Obviously you have to look for an army of influencers. You cannot do it with 1, 2, 10, maybe 20, probably 30. But beyond that, you need to look for an army of influencers. And it's not easy. You know, I think fundamentally a lot of you might have that question, how do I look for an army of nano and micro influencers? The second step is to use an aggregator platform for such kind of influencers. And where do you find such aggregator platforms, right? The moment you have that, things probably might become easier for you. And the third, obviously, is measure both the input, which is what kind of micro and nano influencers are coming in, and look at the output, which fundamentally in most campaigns would be about engagement. What kind of engagement rate have you got from that? And this is the area where, Momspresso, My Money comes in as a solution provider. We are a platform of more than 3 lakh, almost 5 lakh nano and micro influencers who build content, who create content, basis a set of guidelines that the brand provides. The brand then, the platform then looks for the right set of micro and nano influencers using its own AI intelligence, recommends a set of 100, 200, as I said, the army of nano and micro influencers, everyday influencers. And these nano influencers then get onto the platform, which is My Money, build the content, co-create the content, and that content is moderated by a set of campaign managers, because human intervention, human oversight is critical in such kind of platforms. And thereafter, that campaign is released so that you have a multitude of nano and micro influencers talking about your product in their own authentic voice, thereby generating a lot more engagement than what you would get when you would post your own TVC on your own brand channel. And that essentially is, diversifying content from studio-created content to user-generated content and bringing it to scale, which will essentially determine how, content becomes commerce over the next few years as we see it. So that's all I have to talk about today. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, happy to answer. No? All right. Thanks a lot. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, sir. And I hope you guys enjoyed. Huge round of applause once again, guys. Please, come on. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Also, Gaurav, sir, I would request you to please come back. Thank you so much. And now I would request Sanya from Inkspell to please come on stage. A huge round of applause for Sanya. And I would request Sanya to please felicitate Gaurav sir for his valuable contribution to this event, to this day, and of course sharing his valuable insights. Huge round of applause, guys. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, can we please have you again? So we really like you on stage. We don't want you to go back. So now we would request you to please present the next set of awards. And of course, I'm sure all the awardees will be pleasured to be awarded by you. So let's further move ahead. And now I would request you all to please put your hands together for the next category. And now we are going to present the award for content marketing. Award is for best content in a PR campaign, online and offline both. And the award goes to Outbound Remittance for Western Union by Fleischmann Hillard, India. Huge round of applause, guys, please, to the entire team of Fleischmann. And I would request Gaurav sir to please give them the award. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. So the next award is a sector-specific award. And for this, the award is for Best Digital Campaign by a Financial Service Enterprise. And the award goes to How CoinSwitch Turned India into a Nation of Crypto Traders. So huge round of applause for CoinSwitch. Best Digital Campaign by a Financial Service Enterprise Limited. Thank you so much. The next award is for Best Digital Campaign by a Food and Beverage Enterprise. And the award goes to Breezer. Breezer presents Breezer Vivid Shuffle by 1862 OML. Huge round of applause for OML once again. Thank you, OML. Next award is for Best Digital Campaign by a Real Estate Enterprise, and the award goes to Columbia Pacific Communities #Rethink Care. Congratulations, Columbia Pacific. Thank you. Next award is for Digital Campaign by a Real Estate Enterprise. Special mention, and the award goes to House of Hira Nandani. Huge round of applause for House of Hira Nandani. Next campaign is by an agricultural enterprise, and the award goes to Pexilin Udayan, a new dawn of prosperity. Huge round of applause for the entire team. Udayan, a new dawn of prosperity. Once again for Udayan. Udayan, a new dawn of prosperity. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, let's move on to our next category. Best Digital Campaign for Electronics Enterprises. And the award goes to Vivo X70 series launched by Bang in the middle once again. Well done. Thank you. And once again, we have Mr. Abhay Veer, Executive Creative Director, bang in the middle. Let's see what he has to say.
That the X70 phone is as good as a DSLR camera, and many professional photographers use DSLR cameras for wildlife photography. That is where the idea came from, and it did justice to the flagship phone of the brand Vivo, as it was received very well in the market.
Thank you so much. Next award is for Best Digital Campaign by an FMCG CPG enterprise, and the award goes to how Saffola Kada became the #1 selling cough syrup. Huge round of applause for this Best Digital Campaign by FMCG CPG enterprise Saffola Kada. Thank you so much. Well, the next award is again for the same category, and the joint winner is Yours Forever Valentine's Day campaign by Hershey India. Next up, we have Best Multi-Channel Campaign by a food and beverage enterprise, and the award goes to Bacardi presents Casa Bacardi by 1862 OML. Once again, wow. Lots of trophies going in OML. Huge round of applause. Alright, the next award is for the Best Multi-Channel Campaign for a Cause, and the award goes to Baad Mein Aapke Saath, News 18 Bihar and Jharkhand. Congratulations, News 18. The next award is once again Best Multi-Channel Campaign by Agriculture Enterprise. And the award goes to once again Pexilan Udayan, A New Dawn of Prosperity. Congratulations once again, Udayan. Well done. And of course, we have Nishtha Arora, Digital Marketing Lead India, South Asia, Cortiva. Let's see what Nishtha has to say for us.
Thank you, mCube Awards and the jurors for recognizing our campaign, Udyan, A New Dawn of Happiness for Indian Farmers. We feel happy yet humbled for winning gold among our peers in the agricultural sector. Getting this industry recognition as the best digital campaign for an agricultural enterprise speaks volumes about the increasing digital penetration in the farming community as the next billion internet users in India.
That was Nishtha for all of us. Thank you so much. Well, the next award is Best B2B Campaign, Best B2B Digital Campaign, and the award goes to Dolby Everywhere Campaign. Huge round of applause for the entire family of Dolby. Thank you, Dolby. Well, the best B2B digital campaign is also shared by another winner, and the winner is #Bachcho Ka Khel by Arch E Media. Huge round of applause for Art E Media. Well, next up we have Best B2C Digital Campaign, and the winner of this B2C Digital Campaign is Bingo Story of Acha Aloo. Huge round of applause for the entire team of Bingo Story of Acha Aloo. Alright, next we have Best Digital Brand Strategy, and the award goes to Duos presents You Got Chefed S3 by 1862. Once again, OML. Huge round of applause. Team OML, यहीं पे एक चेयर लगवा दे. Please be comfortable. I think you would need to come tons of more times. Well done, Team OML. Well done. All right. Next up, we have Best Digital Experience Marketing Campaign. And of course, once again, the award goes to Skoda 3D Mapping at Rohtang Pass. Once again, Team Skoda. Put your hands together for Team Skoda. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well, the next is Best Digital Influencer Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to CNBC TV 18 Ready, Steady and Grow campaign. Huge round of applause for CNBC TV 18. Well, we have Suma Nair, Head of Marketing at CNBC TV 18 with us virtually. Let's see what Suma has to say.
mCube Awards 2022. 2 gold wins for CNBC TV 18. The first win is for our social media campaign for the show launch of Financial Quotient. And the second win is for our digital influencer marketing campaign, CNBC TV 18 Ready, Steady, Grow. Thanks a lot. This is on behalf of the entire team at CNBC TV 18. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we have Best Display Marketing in Digital. And the award goes to How Domino's Triggered South Indian Appetite During IPL. So huge round of applause for this entire marketing campaign of Domino's. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Best Engagement in Social Media Campaign. And the winner is Tata Plays Hashtag Har Ghar Ki Khidki campaign by Chimpanzee Incorporation. Huge round of applause for Hashtag Har Ghar Ki Khidki. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Well, the next award is for Best Engagement through Digital Marketing, and the Best Engagement Award goes to Hashtag Don't Show Me Your Face campaign. So congratulations for that. Hashtag Don't Show Me Your Face. Next up, we have Best Engagement through Mobile Marketing. And well, the award goes to OnePlus TV U1S for OnePlus by M Canvas. So congratulations OnePlus TV and the entire team of OnePlus. Congratulations, sir. Shukriya. Thank you so much. Well, with this, I would like to thank Gaurav sir. Thank you so much for your time, for your patience, and of course, for distributing all the awards so patiently. Huge round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Well, this was our second category of awards, and before we move on to the last category, I think it's time for a very, very important chat. And this is called a fireside chat. Well, this is something very interesting. I think I am personally very excited for this and very curious for this. This is specially designed for all you beautiful people. Now, what exactly are we going to talk about in this fireside chat? Let me tell you all. Algorithms and the future of digital marketing. Well, as we all know that digital marketing is the next big thing, and it's really important to understand that what marketers tend to focus on and why they need to learn about how algorithms differ between different platforms. How optimizing your marketing for algorithms and platforms that you are engineering with is important, and how digital influencers and algorithms negotiate influence on Instagram. I think Instagram is very much in. We have influencers all around us. We have content creators all around us. And now brands themselves are into the creation field as well. So how can marketers really arrive at a path to certain content success? Yes, content success is also a big thing now, and how to achieve and beat the entire competition that we have on digital platform these days. And to talk about all of this, today we have with us two very special guests who will grace us with their presence. So I would request all of you to firstly welcome Ankur Das Gupta, Business Head, Content Marketing Arm Worldwide. Ankur Das Gupta, who's a digital immigrant driven by passion. Ankur believes in the power of energy and energizes while bringing to the table pedigree of 22 long years across the spectrum of media, be it print, digital, mobile, events, production, and so much more. So I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Ankur Das Gupta. Huge round of applause, guys. Come on. Welcome, welcome, sir. And of course, to compliment him and to talk with him in this fireside chat, our another guest for the day is another very special guest who we just met, Yogin Vora, Associate Director, Digital Marketing, Z5 Global. Once again, I would request Yogin Vora ji to please join us on stage. A huge round of applause for Yogin Vora. Can we please make some noise, guys? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, digital advertising specialist with demonstrated success in performance with media management and brand marketing, none other than Yogin Vora. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being on board with us. And I'm sure all of us are really excited because digital is the new era. We are all in the digital space. How many of you use Instagram, guys? By the show of hands, how many of you use Instagram? Everyone in the room, right? So let's see how can we beat the algorithm and the ever-changing algorithm, and let's see what these guys have to say on it. So over to you, sir.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back in a physical event. I mean, it's been a while, I believe, and it's good to see people, more or less, in terms of number of people. But yeah, it's a good opportunity. Although it's the fag end of the session, but I believe we'll try and attempt. I never considered myself as an expert, but the whole idea is to have a discussion and try and attempt and get perspectives about this topic. Although the topic is pretty complex, and Yoga and I was discussing how to, make it a little bit more engaging and free-flowing in the next 20 minutes, whatever we can. So I'll start with, I'm referring to some notes that I've made and some couple of questions, not exactly in the order that was shown, but in the next 20 minutes, our attempt will be to kind of address 2 or 3 questions and at least attempt to have 2 or 3 key takeaways from this. So, Yogin, hi. you know, right on spot to start with one of the key questions. And although the question may sound simple, but I'm sure it is also very challenging questions for both on the agency side, publisher side, and marketer side as well. So for marketers, what seems to be the top 3 key focus areas in terms of algorithms and how we see it is as evolving in the past, say, 4 to 5 years, and how the futuristic vision is being shaped up? How do we see it evolving? If any anecdotes or examples you may want to share with us.
I will want to start with a statement which says marketeers are mad, M-A-D. To start with that, first I want to go back a bit, wherein we started to do digital marketing in a way to buy a publisher site, to just put an inventory fixed and other things, right? We evolved as from, I will not say directly influence, but from ape to human being right now. And in digital marketing also has evolved over the time. In that scenario, what has happened right now is digital has been connecting every kind of a media, whether it's audio, whether it's out of home, whether it's anything via programmatic. And the major thing here is every individual marketer or brand has to make it sure that their team is not working in a silo. That is what I realized over the last 4 years of my advertiser time, wherein my branding, there should not be a branding different team or a performance different team. It should not work in silos. It should be always a full funnel approach as such. Also looking at the algorithm, the way digital industry has evolved, when I was in my last instant, wherein I'm talking about Project Neve in that way, with platforms per se, Google, custom bidding in way, programmatic, Facebook getting into conversion API. We are talking about server to server, cookieless world. A lot of things are coming up wherein you will require a data scientist team. I also look at advertiser or a marketer need not to be an engineer or to know all the codes or everything, right? They need to understand the ecosystem of digital, which has come from far from what we were doing, traditional planning, from what we are doing right now on Biddable 100%. Also, primarily your website asset, how you connect your audiences, how you communicate throughout, across, your effective frequency. This all normal norms we learned around. But right now in the current era, when you're doing everything, you're doing target CPAs, you're doing everything where it's giving you optimized way, whether it's a social media platform, whether it's anything else. Marketer has to make it sure that every audiences is not been just bombarded with the ads, or they have to contain it via certain code. Like for Project Neve, it was supposed to be machine learning. You'll be hearing this machine learning jargon a lot recently. And surprisingly, they'll say machine learning, AI, we are doing this, automating everything. It is nothing. It is just simple. If they're automating certain thing at a particular end, if you're not giving the data back to the system you're optimizing, it will never work for you. So any advertiser or marketer has to make it sure that whenever someone uses jargon or machine learning, it is input and output both. So we have to make it sure that both happens in that way. And algorithm will play a very crucial role in coming few months or you can say years, as data science is evolving, modelings are coming. So marketers has to evolve, but not to learn everything, just to evolve themselves to be part of the ecosystem and understand that.
No, I completely agree. So, one more point from where you started off in terms of, say, for example, a CTO, a CMO, a CDO need to work together. I mean, the top management needs to work together in terms of a decision making or the ideating or, bringing together vision into one piece. So that is very important, which may be missing in certain places, and that is very key because it percolates down as well. And if we talk about algorithms, it's taken over our lives in terms of simplistically, not very big examples, but if you talk about the YouTubes of the world, the Spotifys of the world, the Amazons of the world, e-commerce, everything is basis information. One particular piece is how much information is being collected basis the user behavior. Tracking the user behavior, and we'll come to the influencers part also a little bit, touch upon that. But it is all about collecting the relevant information and tracking how the user is responding to particular pieces of content. And that brings me to my second question to you is, what's your perspective on Because content is a big piece, right? Content, we can go on talking about and debating about how content is shaping up in different forms of content, long form, short form, textual, videos, short form. Again, there are so many buckets content can be distributed to in terms of a framework. But ideal combination, what do you think marketers should be focusing on in terms of, say, success of a content for a particular category or a particular brand? Is there a particular method that that could be, successful, or any experiments you want to share with us?
So great content is my bread and butter. So last 10 months I'm doing that same thing. I think every content has a trial and error basis, but digital has become that way that we know what should be going if we are doing regional in Indian market. So you know that, okay, these are my regional particular approaches of that. These are my influencers. These are my other ways and avenues of where I can approach it. That is how I think so content has to be experimented, and the results will always come later, because if you don't experiment, you will not understand how things will work. So I started with something called MAD, right, which is about measurement, attribution, and D's data stitching. So in that way, everything you do in experiment, you have to follow few simple steps in your life, and when you're doing content has to be approached, every content. So hypothetically, if I tell you, if one of the biggest content in India is coming up, RRR, in that way, we didn't approach in that way. We approached in a very different way. We went 360-degree digital in that way. We also did few activities which influence on others. So some content which has a larger tentpoles will require a larger way of promoting and making the consumer realize that, okay, this is what it is. Smaller content will be approaching in a smaller way, in the way you have to approach. Every content will deliver something to you, or definitely deliver to you, but none of the content will say it is not delivering anything to you. That's what I've realized over the last tenure of mine.
No, this is definitely interesting. Thank you so much, Yogan. I feel this ecosystem of algorithms also has shaped up in the past. If we see the past 10 years, I believe from where we started, in terms of tracking, as I mentioned, how the audience journey, consumer journey, I mean, if you see the pandemic, how it again impacted the audience behavior, again changed. And there is not one single algorithm that does the whole complete magic. There are a bunch of algorithms. For example, if we talk about even Insta or a Facebook, Facebook is Insta is little bit rather not that discreet as Facebook is in terms of algorithms. I mean, you can find a lot of information about how Insta is utilizing, algos rather than Facebook. But if we talk about user behavior, there are multiple touch points and multiple various kinds of algorithms that jointly need to work together in tandem to make the user, bridge the user, and a journey with the brand, right? So, along with that, Yogan, any other thoughts on how you feel the consumer, if we keep aside algorithms for a while and then try and join it again back, how do you feel the consumer journey just pre-pandemic and post-pandemic has been? It's not post-pandemic yet, but right now, and if we see how IPL had shaped up, I mean, just about when the pandemic hit, and right now, if you see the audience behavior in terms of online shopping or commerce, what you have any perspective on how have you seen audience behavior change or evolve in the past 2.5 years?
I think we have come decade ahead because of pandemic, thanks to the pandemic that way. The consumption of data has increased in a drastic way. People have adapted to UPI and other transaction. I mean, I can say right now we'll be the #1 UPI transaction across the world, and other countries are adapting to it. So that's our success as pandemic, as India. Adaptation is really great for us. That way, India is more absorbing market, and they absorb very things very quickly, whether it's content, whether it's e-commerce, your COD works really crazy, your UPI is working really crazy. So this will always happen for India as a larger market. I had a question for you though, and your expertise into influencer. I wanted to ask you that I heard marketers asking about influencer marketing to be sales driven, or their KPI should be sales as such, and how do you see that? How would you deal with certain kind of a situation when someone is asking you cost per acquisition or cost per some KPI end to the influencer marketing?
That's a very interesting question. Okay, when somebody talks about ideally the performance side of influencer marketing, it ideally boils down to influencer को बाद में पैसा मिलेगा काम करने के बाद. But when somebody talks about acquisition model, so I feel there are 2-3 different sides of it. Let me give a small anecdote. I was speaking to somebody who has about 65K followers on Twitter, and this person does some wonderful stuff and not about a specific topic. Then we were having a general discussion, and I asked her that, why don't you have a blue tick on your Twitter yet? She said that I tried it out, but Twitter said that my content is not that great or relevant or whatever. I don't know, have the exact words, which is on those lines. But I said, then why do you feel that, and what's your viewpoint that why is your content not great? What can you do to make it better? Since you have 65K around, there's those many followers on Twitter. So she said that very interesting incident. She posted something about chai, right? How much milk she consumes in the chai, and she got trolled massively for it. And then I asked that, so how did you gain these kind of followers and over what period of time? She said, I got trolled over 2 or 3 times, and every time I got trolled, I gained followers. So this is a small piece of anecdote which got me thinking that a small piece like or regular piece like chai can also impact sentiments and emotions as to, okay, Yogin takes very little milk in his chai or more milk in his chai, so I am very offended about it. Okay, Yogin, I am telling you I have my chai like this, so you should also have like this. So people get offended by this, and then the trolling happens by more or less on these lines. Similarly on Insta, if you see, I'll come to your point as well on CPA piece. On Insta, what happens is that Insta is tracking every bit of your information in terms of how you're scrolling Insta. So if you're scrolling at a very fast pace, so Insta tracks that as well and says that, okay, you're not seeing all the content, so we will show you some content which will make you stop at a particular piece. So it will track where I stop and then start showing me relevant content, and it keeps on, the algorithm, the machine learning keeps on evolving over a period of time till the time you use it regularly. So to that extent, they have the information that what kind of content am I consuming, what kind of interest do I have, and that instigates impulse buying as well on Insta. If you see, I mean, so many different kinds of D2C products on Insta. But if somebody asks me that what is the future of ROI-driven marketing for all these upcoming brands who are selling all kinds of stuff, starting from coffee to small times consumer durables or anything like that, which at a point of time seems very interesting to purchase, which is about to the tune of anything between $400 to about $2,000. But is this journey relevant for a long term? I don't have the answer in terms of D2C, right? But it is working for certain brands, and there are so many people who are doing certain sessions on Instagram marketing and Facebook marketing all across. I keep on looking, and I'm doing a session on Facebook and Insta marketing. I can tell you how to generate leads, in a jiffy. So coming back to your point in terms of ROI-driven marketing, somebody asked for acquisition. So it is coming from an agency perspective also and brand perspective also. I won't say it is right to commit, because if you see Instagram, it is very important from an agency perspective also to have this conversation with the brand that, look, it is important to have followers, but it is also important to study what kind of followers do you have, right? Are those followers capable of having a snowball effect later on? So my question is, and I don't have the answer, there may be, is there an algorithm that can figure out that if, for example, I have, let's assume I have so many X thousand followers on Insta or Facebook or Twitter, can that algorithm figure out how many are bucketed by certain measures of quality that will actually drive ROI for a particular influencer engagement activity, right? अभी कैसा होता है, अभी बोलते हैं इन्फ्लुएंसर इसका इतना फॉलोअर, इसका इतना फॉलोअर, इसमें डाल दो, इसको ये एक्टिविटी करा दो. There's a list that floats out, everybody knows it, right? एक्सेल शीट में एक लिस्ट आता है, उसको कैट ए, कैट बी, कैट सी, मैक्रो, नैनो, माइक्रो सब कैटेगरी डाल दिया, उसके बाद बोला कि इसको ले लेते हैं. तो now it is the ecosystem can also shape up if we have this conversation. And the problem is, whenever there is a Mother's Day coming up or a Valentine's Day coming up or any topical dates coming up, I have seen rarely people prepare in advance, right? People have to work on that 48-hour notice that, oh, abhi influencer activity karna, abhi isko please karna, abhi isko finalize karna. So now you don't have time to have that conversation, like between the brand or the agency. Even brands don't have the time to have a conversation within themselves, right? So when it comes to ROI-driven marketing, cost per acquisition or something on those lines,
I don't think we have reached that stage yet where we can do that. Where we should do that, I don't think we have reached that stage. We can reach that state probably gradually, and algorithms, as we are talking about this subject, can play a very important part. If, as I said, an algorithm can figure out that what are the quality of followers bucketed by certain categories. Okay, we define this as quality 1, quality 2, quality 3, and out of say 50,000 followers, only say about 15,000 followers are relevant. So we focus on those 15,000 followers bucketed by this content, and then you can measure the attribution, make an attempt to do that. Other than that, I don't think it is the right time to, we always, if we have this conversation with the clients, we always push back and we always try to have this conversation that this is not the right methodology to do it. And specifically on topical dates, or if we are doing a long-term engagement activity, then there are different ways to measure it also in terms of mentions, say number of mentions, how many times a brand name has been mentioned, not only by the influencer, but by the followers of the influencer. So if we see any analytics data for these kind of activities, it is important to see that how many mentions that has arrived, apart from the regular vanity metrics that we talk about, right? So influencer industry in 2021 was about what, if I remember correctly, Group M's report said about 900 CR. And it is going to be about 2,200 CR till about 2025. So no doubts there is opportunity and scope. There is no doubt about it. And no doubts also algorithms, people working on algorithms and algorithms can play a very big role and pivotal role in making this activity even deeper in terms of learnings, in terms of analytics, in terms of data, in terms of attribution, in terms of actual ROI. But I don't think actually we have reached that stage. There are multiple influencer, vendors, who we may call it, or platforms that are in the country today. However, if you talk about, if you take about L1, L2, L3 and map 3 vendors or 3 technology platforms like this, I bet that there is hardly any USP that those 3 vendors will get on the table, or in terms, it could be in terms of costing for a particular influencer. But apart from that, there could be only one piece, which is servicing, right? But this is my thought on this, Yogan, that I don't think we have reached that stage yet where content is shaping up very well, like the kind of content, we have control over that. That, okay, ideation part, strategy part, what kind of content could be done, what kind of activity could be done. However, if we try and map it to, the performance side of it, I think it will still take time. That's my thought.
I agree to it. And that's the reason the walled gardens of the world will always try to make the content more engaging and other things. And they'll always try to take the algorithm and make the user engage with the platform. And you're racing with the time right now. The time is the currency in the entire gamut of game. So, yep, I agree to you.
Right. So that's I think we have hit the spot. We are on time. But if there are any questions, anybody, not that we are experts or anything, but anybody wants to discuss anything, please feel free. And if not, then also feel free. That's okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. You've been wonderful.
Wonderful audience.
Check. All right. Once again, huge round of applause for both of them, please. अच्छे से बजा दो यार. Well done. And now I would request Sanya from Inkspell team to please come on stage. Huge round of applause for Sanya once again. And I would request Sanya to please present Yogin Vora ji the certificate of appreciation and of course felicitate him for his valuable contribution for this day. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up, I would request Sanya to please felicitate our next esteemed and special guest. Please put your hands together once again for Ankur Das Gupta. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution, sir. Request you to please stay back. Thanks a lot. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Sanya, thank you. All right. Sir, I would request you to please stay back and present the next set of awards. So, yes, of course, let's move ahead. And now it's time for our last categories of award. And of course, once again, congratulations to all those who have already been awarded, and all the best for the rest of the categories. So let's move ahead with the next category, digital marketing. And the first award is for Best Innovation Creativity in a Digital Campaign, and the award goes to Hrs 2022 by Hrs India, Lolintas and WRM. Huge round of applause, please. Hashtag Hrs 2022. Next is Best Innovation Creativity in a Mobile Campaign, and the award goes to LG Refrigerators, Color Detection for LG Electronics by mCanvas. Next up, we have Best Innovation Creativity in a Social Media Campaign, London Dairy, hashtag Ice Cream for Ice Cream by Shebang. Huge round of applause for London Dairy. Next is Best Integrated Social Media Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to Bingo, Story of Acha Aloo. Once again, congratulations, Bingo. Next up, we have Best Low Budget Marketing Campaign Digital, and the award goes to Positive Aging with Ruskin Bond. Huge round of applause, guys. Congratulations. Best Low Budget Marketing Campaign, Positive Aging with Ruskin Bond. For the next award, we have Best Marketing Through a Mobile App, and the award goes to Z5 Rashmi Rocket for Z5 Global by mCanvas. Congratulations, mCanvas. Congratulations, Z5. Best Mobile Marketing Campaign. Thank you so much. Next up is Best Performance Driven Digital Campaign, and the award goes to Bridgestone India, Chase Your Dreams. And this award is shared by another winner, who's Growth Marketing for HDFC Securities by PureTech Digital. Now we have Kedar Kulkarni, Vice President Digital PureTech. He could not be here in person today, but let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, mCube, for recognizing our efforts and awarding us Best Performance Marketing Digital Campaign for HDFC Securities. It definitely feels incredible to have your support and recognition for all the great work that the brand team and the agency team put together. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. And cheers, keep doing some amazing stuff.
Thank you, thank you. Next up, we have Best Mobile Marketing Campaign Overall, and the winner is How Domino's Became the #1 QSR app in terms of orders. So once again, congratulations, Domino's India! Next up, we have Best Performance-Driven Mobile Campaign, and the award goes to DigiDart Scale Deal Shares User Acquisition at Industry Lowest CAC. Congratulations, DigiDarts. Congratulations. Next up, we have Best Instagram Campaign, and the award for the Best Instagram Campaign goes to London Dairy #Ice Cream for Ice Cream by Shebang. Once again, London Dairy, congratulations. Next up, we have Best Performance-Driven Social Media Campaign, and the award goes to Breezer Presents Breezer Vivid Shuffle by 1862. Once again, OML. Congratulations, OML. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Best Push Notification Campaign, and the award goes to Tata Click uses voice fingerprint for its campaign. So congratulations to the entire team of Tata Click. Next up, we have Best Search Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to Metro Shoe site migration leads to 247% increase in traffic. So congratulations, I think that's a huge spike. Congratulations, Metro Shoes. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Search Marketing Campaign Special Mention, and the award goes to IFB's domination during Amazon's Great Indian Festival. IFB, congratulations, IFB. Next up, we have Best Technology-Led Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to, once again, Skoda Kushak AR Filter Campaign. वाह क्या टीम है, क्या बात है, इतना प्यार नजर ना लगे टीम स्कोडा चलो alright, let's move on to the next award, and the next award is for Best Trend Moment Marketing, and the award goes to Raise a Glass of Milk. Congratulations. Next is Best Twitter Campaign, and well, this is a very interesting campaign. The award goes to Venom, hashtag chocolates missing for Sony Pictures Entertainment India. Huge round of applause for Sony Pictures Studio. Next up we have Twitter Campaign Special Mention, and the award goes to 5 Years of Geo by Shebang yet again. Congratulations Geo and Shebang. Next up we have Best Use of Animations or Graphics, and the award goes to Vivo V21 Neon Spark by once again Bang in the Middle team. Guys, thank you. Bang in the Middle. I think you guys have been on a bang throughout the day, on a roll, of course. Congratulations for the multiple awards. Okay, with this, I would like to thank Sir. Thank you so much. Once again, a huge round of applause for once again, Sir. Once again, thank you for all the patience and for, of course, distributing the awards as well. Thanks a lot. Thank you. बजा दो यार ताली. Thank you, Anurag sir. All right, chaliye. Let's move ahead, and for the next set of awards and for the next category, I would now request Mr. Anil Kumar Singh, Head SEO and Organic Growth, HT Digital Streams.
The younger customers, it is very bright, it played on its color as its USP, and that is what we took into account when designing the campaign. The entire campaign was fun, the KOL activities, everything that we did was around the green, bright green color with life and energy. And that is where the campaign was success.
All right, well, once again, Abhiveer, Executive Creative Director, Bang in the Middle. And of course, once again, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Anil Kumar Singh. Welcome, sir, once again. And of course, I would like to request you to please present the next set of awards. And in the next category, the first award is for the best use of location-based targeting, and the award goes to CultFit improved their GMB profile website clicks by 11x. Once again, CultFit. Congratulations to the entire team of CultFit. Thank you so much. Next is the best video marketing campaign, and the award goes to Glass Bottle Launch for Bisleri Vedika by Mindshift Studios. Huge round of applause for Mindshift Studios. Great work, guys. We have a video of Jayanti Chauhan, Director, Bisleri International Private Limited, Mindshift. Let's see what Jayanti has to say.
Thank you for awarding Bisleri Vedika with 3 gold awards for our ad film. We are truly humbled and grateful by your recognition. This film would not have been possible without Mr. Zafar Rais, the CEO of Mindshift Studios and Mindshift Interactive, and his incredibly talented team. Also, a big thank you to everyone involved in the production of this film. This film would not have come alive without your hard work and effort. and I am truly grateful to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, next up we have Best Viral Marketing Campaign. And the Best Viral Marketing Campaign goes to hashtag Not Okay Please for Unwanted 21 Days Mankind Pharma by Logic Serve Digital. Huge round of applause for Not Okay by Mankind Pharma. Heartiest congratulations to Mankind Pharma. Well done, well deserved. Next up is Best YouTube Campaign, and the award for the Best YouTube Campaign goes to Driven Incremental Reach via DV360 for Paytm UPI, once again by Logic Serve Digital. Woohoo! Hat-trick तो नहीं होने वाली सर. Congratulations, well done. Alright, with this, let's move ahead towards our next category, and our next category is a very, very important category, Leadership League. And in this category, the first award is for Top Agencies Independent, and the award for Top Agencies Independent goes to So Cheers! Huge round of applause for So Cheers! Well, as I would like to say, cheers for So Cheers. Let's move ahead. This award is also shared by our next winner. So the Top Agencies Independent also goes to We Storytellers. Once again, huge round of applause for the entire team of We Storytellers. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. Well, this award is also shared by yet another winner, and the award for Top Agencies Independent goes to, I think by now we all guessed it in the room, 1862 OML, only much louder! So much once again, OML. I think by now top favorites in the room. Let's move ahead. Next category is Top Brand Enterprises, and the award is shared by 3 beautiful brands. The first one is Bacardi India. Next, the winner. मैं तो बोल ही रही हूँ, आप यहीं पे चेयर लगा लो यार. Thank you. All right. Next is, of course, one of our favorites. Award goes to Jio. Huge round of applause for Jio. Next brand is also one of our favorite brands. Please put your hands together for our next winner, Myntra. All those who are watching us virtually and have joined us virtually, congratulations to all these winners who were not able to be present here due to some unfortunate reasons, but congratulations to all these esteemed winners. Next up, we have Top Professionals Veterans. And well, the Top Professional Veterans Award goes to Arundhati Dhar, ITC Limited. Huge round of applause for Arundhati Dhar. Next we have our next winner is the co-founder and CEO of So Cheers. Please put your hands together for Mehul Gupta. Next up, we have Top Professionals Young Achievers, and the award goes to Zoya Di Costa, Marketing and Brand Lead Companies, Times Network and OML. Huge round of applause for Zoya Di Costa. Ma'am, chair. Next up, in the Top Professionals Young Achievers, we have Siddharth Kadri, Thomas Cook India and SOTC Travel Limited. Huge round of applause for Siddharth Kadri. So, due to again unfortunate reasons, Siddharth could not be able to join us today, but we have Siddharth on video. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello everyone. I am extremely honored and thrilled to be receiving this Leadership League Award today. I would like to thank the jury and mCube for considering me for this honor. I also thank my family, my team members and the Leadership Council here at SOTC. Without you guys, it wouldn't have been possible. I would like to dedicate this award to my late father, Shri Suresh Kadri, because out of the millions of things that he learned from the Indian Army, he shared a few of those learnings with me as well. One thing stood out, which was stick to your goals. The universe will actually throw a million things at you so that you get sidetracked. But if you learn to stick to your goals early on, trust me, the benefits will follow throughout your life. This one piece of advice worked for me like hell. I hope it does for you too. Having said that, thanks again. Keep rocking, keep exploring.
Thank you so much. Well, that was Siddharth Kadri for all of us guys. Well, next award is again, Young Achiever, and the award goes to Dhruv Davar, Inextis Events. Huge round of applause for Dhruv Davar. Well, now let's move to the very, very important and last category of this evening, Special Awards. Well, this is something I think all of us have been waiting for the entire afternoon and entire evening, and the Marketeer of the Year award goes to Deepak Gulati, Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer. Huge round of applause for Deepak Gulati. Bridgestone. Next up is once again a very, very important award. This award is the Marketing Influencer of the Year award, and the Marketing Influencer of the Year award goes to Aditya Munjal, CEO, Hero Electro E-Cycles. Huge round of applause for Aditya Munjal. Now I would request you all to please pay kind attention, because this award is really, really important and really, really special. I would request all of you to please humbly welcome with a huge, huge round of applause the Marketing Enterprise of the Year. And the Marketing Enterprise of the Year goes to our very own, our very favorite 1862 OML, Only Much Louder. I would request the entire team of OML to please come up for this one. Entire team of OML, come on. Big, big cheers to the entire team of OML. Well deserved. How many trophies that makes it for the day? 8. Oh my God. 8 trophies for OML, guys. Well, well deserved. Superb. Once again, congratulations, OML. I think beautiful and well deserved. And of course, this award is once again the most important award for this evening. I think a lot of us has been waiting for this one. The Marketing Agency of the Year. And the Marketing Agency of the Year goes to none other than PhD Media. I would request the entire team of PhD Media to please come on board. Well done, PhD. Superb, well deserved. A huge, huge round of applause, please, for PhD Media. Well done, PhD. A huge, huge shout out to PhD Media. Beautiful. Well, with this, I would like to thank Anil Kumar sir. Thank you so much for your patience and for distributing all the awards. And thank you so much for giving us your time. Thanks a lot. You may take your seat. Thanks a lot, sir. Once again, please put your hands together for Anil Kumar. So guys, also this brings me to yet another important announcement. As I mentioned time and again, there has been, lots and lots of beautiful and important people who were not able to join us today due to multiple reasons, especially COVID. But of course, they are well deserved. They have done well. They have worked hard for their awards. So I would just like to take their names, all these people who worked hard and are the winners of several categories. So without any further ado, I would like to give a huge, huge shout out to the best content in an email marketing campaign, and the award goes to Times Network India Economic Conclave 2021. Next up, we have best content in an influencer marketing campaign, and the award goes to The Family Man Job Hunt for Amazon Prime Video India by So Cheers. Next up, we have Best ATL Campaign by a Media Enterprise, and the award goes to #1 Campaign News 18 India. Next up, we have Best ATL Campaign for an e-commerce enterprise, and the award goes to nobroker.com by Alak Advertising. Next up, we have Best ATL Campaign by an IT enterprise, and the award goes to Ab Har Ghar Jio Fiber Campaign. Huge round of applause for the entire team of Jio Fiber. Next up, we have Best BTL Campaign for a financial service enterprise, and the award goes to Channel K by Inextis Events. Another important name is Best Digital Campaign for a Healthcare Enterprise, and the award goes to #Inhalers Sahi Hai. Huge round of applause for Inhalers Sahi Hai by Shubhang. Next up we have Best Digital Campaign for an Entertainment Enterprise, and the award goes to The Family Man Season 2 for Amazon Prime Video. So cheers! Next up, there's Best Multi-Channel Campaign by a Financial Service Enterprise, DIY Disasters of Investing by MOFSL. Huge round of applause for MOFSL. Next up, we have Best Multi-Channel Campaign by a Healthcare Enterprise, and the award goes to #D-Strong Active Life WIT-D Awareness Initiative by Abbott. So once again, congratulations, Abbott. Next up, we have Best Multi-Channel Campaign for an FMCG CPG Enterprise, and the award goes to Glass Bottle Launch for Bisleri Vedika by Mindshift Interactive. So congratulations, Mindshift Interactive. Next up, we have Best Multi-Channel Campaign for Industrial Products Enterprise, and the award goes to Icon Steel India Ka Icon by Egg First Advertising. Next up, we have Multi-Channel Campaign by IT IoT Enterprise, a Bharkar Geofiber campaign yet again. Next up, we have Best Cross-Channel Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to Help Campaign for Liver Awareness Abbott yet again. Next up, we have Best Digital Integrated Marketing Campaign, Mothers Against Influenza, Abbott's Vaccine Awareness Campaign. Next award is for Best Digital Internal Communication Campaign, and the award goes to Channel K by Inextix Events. Next up, we have Best Email Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to Times Network India Economic Conclave 2021. Well, that's the list for today. Congratulations to all the set of awardees that we have. Check. All right. Well, thank you so much. Well, this was our set of awardees, and of course, congratulations to all the winners in the house. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of you who won today, who participated, who gave it a shot, and all you people who joined today, took out their valuable time. And of course, guys, आवाज नहीं आई, जोर से huge round of applause, guys. Well done, congratulations. With this, this has been a beautiful day and a beautiful journey. Thank you so much to all the people who have joined us right now in person, and to all those who have joined us virtually, all those who have seen this fest live throughout the day. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much to all the winners. And of course, I would once again like to thank our partner 24 Frames Digital for their constant support, for their constant webcasting. Thank you so much, and I hope you guys had a great day today. I personally enjoyed. Well, this was Inkspell in Techma Fest 2022, and this is me, Mini Devan, signing off for the day. Thank you so much for being such a lovely audience, and I hope you have a great evening ahead. Thank you.